Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to reconvene, and this is the July 18th, 2012 meeting of the City Council, which is now called to order. The meeting's been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV. You would think I'd be able to do this without all this babbling. Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also the Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card, which you may complete and submit to the city clerk up here in the front. Cards are available also online in the clerk's office or at the rear of our chambers here. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If there's anyone present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see the city clerk staff up front. If you parked in the parking garage across the street and did not receive validation ticket as you entered our chambers, please exit to your right when you leave the chambers and see the security personnel at the entrance. Before we proceed with the agenda, would you kindly rise for the invocation given this morning by Pastor Aaron Hansel, Dream Center, and please remain standing for the pledge. Councilman Ross, please, if you will.
Our kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we are grateful to be gathered this day to represent this wonderful city that we live in. Father, we are grateful for the blessings that Thou hast poured out upon the citizens of our great city. We're grateful to serve in this capacity. We want to ask a special blessing as we do the business of the people of this city. We pray for them. We pray for our families. We pray for our businesses. We pray for the success of this community. We pray for this council. Father, we say these things in Thy Son's holy name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and we will proceed now with our ceremonial portion of the agenda. It's on? Am I on? Woo. We have some goodies back here. I am always on. Thank you. One has to be. Anyway, this is a ceremonial portion of the agenda. And our first item today, Councilwoman Tarkanian is going to recognize the July citizens of the month. Councilwoman.
Yes, thank you. I think our citizens of the month are really critical for those of us who are trying to maintain aesthetic and moral and all the kinds of values that are ours in America. I want to ask Hen and Sharon Hody to please come up here. There are models, you see, our models of what citizens can do to make a difference. Yeah. Karen? Ken? Who would know? They are, Ken and Sharon, and you might want to look at the audience, are active members of the Torrey Pines Neighborhood Preservation Association. It was established in April 2005, 2 months after I took office. It was the very first neighborhood association that I helped organize within the ward. And we did this because we felt that all of our changes, all of the effectiveness, if we are going to be successful, has to come from the community, from the very gut level of the citizens who are living here and who want to make sure that we have the appropriate kind of change in our neighborhoods. Over the years, the association, and these are representatives of that association, has focused on traffic and pedestrian safety. They've petitioned for lower speed limits on Torrey Pines, as well as for speed humps and handicapped accessible curb cuts along some of the streets. In addition, they've painted stencils around Rose Warren Elementary School to encourage children to look both ways when crossing the street. They've painted fire hydrants, red curbing. They've held Halloween events and other school activities. They have been a mainstay, an integral part of the neighborhood association. This association registered as an adopt block group in the city in 2009. And since then, the Hodies, along with their neighbors, have painted over graffiti as well as removed stickers and illegal signs in the neighborhood each month. The Hodies themselves, this couple you see here, have removed 80 a month, 120 a month graffiti, as much as 150 graffiti tags each month. They have gone out on their own time and sometimes with their own personal expenses involved, and they've encouraged others to try and take care of this graffiti problem that we have. It is a challenge to keep them supplied with graffiti remover. Here in this, we said to them, if you form this in the neighborhood associations, we'll help with the graffiti remover and all of that. Well, let me tell you, it is a challenge. They can run us dry because they are really working hard to improve their community. When tagging has been particularly high, they themselves head to their local hardware store for graffiti remover they purchase themselves so they can keep their neighborhood looking spotless. The constant efforts by the Hodies and their neighbors have over time reduced the number of the graffiti tags that they see in their neighborhood. It's been a big help to us. And you know, I know that we who are elected representatives are important, and our staff here, of course, in the city is critical, but it's a team that works together, and this is the part of the team that's represented by the Hodies, the part of the team that are the representatives, the residents that are right there where it's all happening. The Hodies have also demonstrated a true commitment to their neighborhood, perhaps because they have been there for about 45 years. They've shown a commitment to their family. They've been married for 60 years. That's pretty good. Yes, yes. She says we're hanging in there. As I think, Carolyn, you and I are approaching that number almost. And
No, we just did 50. Give me
oh,
a
you just
breather.
did 50. Oh, sorry. Okay, I think I'm at 55. So, but anyway, it is hard. It is hard. So that's a wonderful thing. Hailing from Wisconsin originally, Ken's retired from the Air Force and from the city of Las Vegas. Sharon is retired from the school district. With 3 children and 6 grandchildren, they stayed active in the Boy and Girl Scouts for many years, and they lend a helping hand throughout their community to other neighbors, and they do it with good humor and with modesty. They've shown that public and community service can be a lifetime endeavor, and we would like to thank you for your efforts to preserve the neighborhood and proclaim you Las Vegas Citizens of the Month. Yes.
I'm sure you want to say something.
Well, also, I do want to tell you, you do have the sign that's going to be placed out there. Oh, really? Yeah, over there.
Sure, you're supposed to say something.
little graffiti cleaning would mount to this.
No, we go out. Sharon does most of the graffiti remover in the morning. I can't walk that far anymore. But when we have problems like high signs and stuff, I take the car and I go out with a ladder and help remove them.
So proud of you. Congratulations. Those who paint together stay together, right? I'm putting Oscar out to paint. Or out to something.
I was going to say out to something, yes. Mr. Coffin, would you show that sign, please?
Here, and Councilman, if you would also mention that this is on Main Street, correct? Oh, yes. You're wonderful. Thank you. That's great. Great choice. Okay, for our next item, I have the pleasure of announcing the Employee of the Month, and I'd like to invite our Building and Safety wonderful director, Chris Knight, to join us at the podium, please. This is the man that's all over the newspaper right now because we're doing 7-day inspections. Awesome. Awesome. Modest and shy. Our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, and our values of action, ACTION, achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. I'm proud to announce the July Employee of the Month is Yolanda Palomo. And Yolanda, please come up here and join us. Yolanda, a senior management analyst, has been instrumental in turning around the Building and Safety Enterprise Fund, the main source of funding for the department, and a fund which means they support themselves. She has taken the lead role in development, extensive testing, and implementation of a new fee structure. She's also worked on the continued automation of the department through the installation of a system that allows building inspectors to file reports from the field. Boy, are we great here in Las Vegas, let me tell you. With Yolanda's help, the Building Enterprise Fund has gone from a loss of $3.2 million in 2008 to a gain of $183,000 in 2011. That's quite a turnaround, considering this fund gets no support from the general fund of the city. Awesome, and you're so young. In addition to playing a major role in getting the department's budget back on track, Yolanda also manages the building and safety clerical staff. She often fills in at the front counters and ensures that the city is providing customer service at the highest level. She also helps to translate for the building and safety's Spanish-speaking customers. The city of Las Vegas is truly privileged to have a dedicated, outstanding employee like Yolanda. And on behalf of the entire City Council, it's a pleasure to name Yolanda the July 2012 Employee of the Month. And along with her certificate, which Mayor Pro Tem is holding up, which is beautiful. This is a different look. It's a beautiful, beautiful. Yolanda has received a $100 Visa gift certificate, compliments of the Nevada Federal Credit Union, and a donation of $100 will be made to the charity of her choice by Superpawn. She has also received various other awards from the city and council to recognize her outstanding work. I'd like to ask her boss, who may not be her boss, her boss, Chris, to say a few words, and then we'll hear from you, Yolanda. Boy, are you lucky to have her. And by the way, they're at 333 North Rancho, all in one building, all one service. It is great. It's yours.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I've been in this business a long time, done a lot of management training, and picked up a lot of different thoughts and philosophies about management along the way. And there's two that I have learned and subscribed to. And the first of those is always hire someone who's better than you. And I didn't hire Yolanda, but she certainly fits that bill because in a lot of aspects she's better than me. The other one is the definition of leadership. I've done a lot of leadership training, and people talk about the characteristics of leaders and everything else. And the true definition of a leader is someone who has followers. And Yolanda certainly has that. A lot of people in our department come to Yolanda every day asking her questions. I have relied upon Yolanda extensively. And I find myself at times not wanting to make a decision till I talk to Yolanda about it. And she's definitely a leader in our organization and in the city of Las Vegas, distributing leadership qualities. And one of the best leadership qualities she has is what we call the look. I'll come in ranting and raving, we got to change this, we got to fix this, we got to do this, and I'm going off the deep end. And Yolanda will sit and just look. And I'll go, it's not as bad as all that, is it? And she'll say, no, it's not. And that puts her in a very high class, because the only other person that's ever been able to manage me outside of my wife with the look is our city manager, Betsy Fretwell. She could give me the look as well. But everybody in the department understands Yolanda when she gives you the look that you're out of line and you need to get back in line. And she's a true leader and a true asset to our department.
Obviously, good things come in small packages. And for the young people that are out there in the world, maybe watching this, look at how professional this woman looks. It's very important when you hold a job and you gain the respect of others that you dress professionally. So, your turn.
Thank you. I sound a little scary with the look, but I do give him the look. I want to thank Chris and my whole department. I'm very honored to be selected. Thank you, all of you. And I'm very proud to work for the building department and the city of Las Vegas. Last night, my daughter, my 7-year-old daughter, told me that I'm a better mom because I'm happy working here. So I think that says a lot. My department has been through a lot since 2008, but our people are great. They are dedicated and focused on customer service. 7-day inspections is a great example. I couldn't do what I do without my people, so I want to thank Jessica Laramendi for keeping the front desk staff working hard and focused on customer service. She handles all my front desk staff, and she's amazing. I want to thank Carrie Viato back there in the back sitting, our admin secretary, for being my backup and always helping us stay on target with everything in administration. I also want to thank all of my customer service team, in particular our cashiers who handle over 1,000 customers every month. And we've had some days where we've only had one cashier in the last couple of months. So they have really been working hard, and I really appreciate them. I also want to thank Susan Denton, Shelley, and Adele for helping us with our front desk counter upstairs on the second floor admin. And my colleagues in the back there, the other managers, Dennis, Tom, and Mike Baus, for helping to support me and letting me give them a hard time when I need information from them. And finally, the other departments that work with us. I couldn't do any of this without IT that helps us implement all the technology, and finance for being patient with me every time I give them a hard time, especially John Fadar and Steve Hodges, who I call on a regular basis. And HR, Lynn Barbosa's team is amazing. They've helped us through everything. So thank you very much.
Wonderful. Would you please stand up in the back, everyone that she mentioned? You deserve a round of applause because you're what makes it work. Thank you very, very much. We're proud of you. This is a great team. I mean, it is fun. No wonder you're always smiling. I'm smiling. You're smiling. Look at these city council people. I mean, my gosh, what a great place to live. We are so lucky to live here. Thank you very much. And for our next item, I'd like to ask Betty Evans, Chair of the Senior Citizens Advisory Board, to join us at the podium once again. Betty is going to recognize the city's Senior of the Quarter. Aha, a lovely lady she brings, also professionally dressed. I love this. Betty?
How are you? Good. Thank you for having, yes. Thank you for having us today. I want to introduce Taka Ogata. She lives in Rulon Earl Mobile Home Park. And she has a few stories to tell. So I'm going to prompt her and ask her a couple of questions. So Taka, what do you do in the morning?
I walk the premises of Rulon Earl.
Every morning she's out walking, and she has her eyes open. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for cans, empty cans, and empty plastic bottles that my residents put them outside on their driveway.
And what do you do with those recycles?
I take it home, I crush them, bag them, it's in the separate bags, and I sell them. I call my agent who collects, buys cans and plastic bottles.
So you have somebody that comes to your house and picks up your recycles and pays you for them. And what do you do with that money?
I give it to Rulon Earl Kitty account.
So that is her resident council. So she's donating what she's recycled into their council's support for their community. And then what does the community do with that money?
The community, well, when the residents would like to have some social functions, it has to be approved by the residents' council.
So that gives them a little extra money to have some social functions, whether it be a dinner or maybe some bingo or some other activities, right? So when she has those activities, there's a clubhouse at the mobile home park, and that's where these activities occur. And what do you do before the activities occur?
Before the activities occur, I help them wipe the tables and clean the place.
Getting it ready for the event. So she helps clean up beforehand, and then after the event, what do you do?
After the event, I occasionally wash the dishes, pots and pans, and the ladies will wipe the pots and pans.
So she is a really trooper. I think she really reminds me of my mother, because she always would go and help before and help afterwards. She's the first one to come and the last one to leave, their friends say. So they all love her. And Taka, how old are you?
I was born on October 18, 1920, and exactly to the time and date, I will be 92.
He's 92. So when Taka does her walk every day, she's not only looking for the recycles, she's looking and making sure that her community is secure and safe. And what's one of the ways that you do that?
I walk about 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, and I look around to see whose house have lights on, and should there be any intruder coming after me, I run to that house.
Okay. Very good. So she knows that if her neighbors are up and they're okay, their lights are on in their unit. So she's kind of that neighborhood watch person. So if something is wrong, she's going to report it and get it checked out so everybody in that community is safe. So I just wanted to say that, you know, from one little can, a lot of good stuff happens. Anything you want to say?
I would like to thank the mayor, councilman, the resident of Rulon Earl, and the representatives here for coming out and taking time off on their busy schedule. And to my brother, who passed away about 5 years ago, who encouraged me to volunteer to get the cans, crush them, and gave it to the Rulon Earl Kitty. I would like to thank him for having me started in this project. And I thank every one of you for being here today.
So we have a plaque for you. So, Mrs. Taka Ogata, Senior of the Quarter.
This is all for you. Thank you very much.
Take the can.
You can have the can, or we'll take the can, whichever. Thank you and congratulations. What a great, great life, and what an amazing woman you are. It's wonderful the way you help our community. And for our next item, I'd like to call on Councilman Ross, who's going to recognize the winning entries from this year's Eldorado Parade. Wow.
Yay! You know, Mayor, council members, and folks, I look so forward to the ceremonial portion of city council meetings because there are so many great people in this city. And I just sit here with a big grin on my face, all the wonderful people that do wonderful things. Well, today, I can't do this without the Eldorado Rangers by my side. So I'm going to ask Ranger Red, Ranger Mary, Ranger Violet, and Ranger Corey to come up here with me as we do this. Now, you all know in about 2005, then Oscar Goodman and the City Council brought back the Eldorado Parade. I get that date right, Esther? Two of you come over on this side. Now, don't they look good? This is professional dress too, Mayor. Two on this side, two on this side. Now, Miss Eldorado was unavailable, so to fill her position today, I'm going to ask Esther Carter to come up here and be our Miss Eldorado for the day. Esther Carter, give her a great big round of applause. You could bring your gun. Esther's the ringleader. She put our Eldorado parade together, certainly helped with the Eldorado rodeo, and she does such wonderful things in the city of Las Vegas. Well, on May 15th, and we do this every year to commemorate the Eldorado days in the city of Las Vegas, we had our Eldorado parade. We had over 120 entries, from what I understand, and we had some winners. I hope that you folks are here. If you're here, please come on down here, because I think we've got some goodies to give out to you. Best overall in the Eldorado parade was Danza del Carrizo. Are they here? Did I say that right? Come on down here, you guys. Danza del Carrizo. Congratulations. Best overall. Thanks for coming down here, you guys. Now, I see you. Stand right here, young man. Turn around here. What do you got there in your hand?
I have a article, which is a bow and arrow.
Now, tell me, because the mayor and council members are always in the front, we miss a lot of the parade. Tell me what your float was.
Ours is a danza.
Okay.
That comes from Mexico. And there are many others like it, but we have ours. Ours is called Danza de Carrizo, which is like bamboo.
Okay.
And we wear it on our gowns that we have. And, yeah.
So you're out of costume then right now. Yeah. Did you want to add to that what that represents?
Our danza is we call them matachinas, and they're all over. It's from the southwest and parts in the northern part of Mexico. And our influence is Apache and Tarahumara, and they're in the region of Tarahumara's in the region of Chihuahua, and Apache's up a little bit north. But they mixed up in Ciudad Juarez, so that's where we come from in our dance.
Right on, very good. And you got the little ones with you, huh? Were they in the parade as well? Yes, great. Give them a round of applause for the best overall Eldorado. Okay. Now, best overall creativity was the Southern Nevada Hand Weavers. We have them with us today. Southern Nevada Hand Weavers, come on down here. Now, you guys are going to have to explain that to me, because you look like a couple of buff dudes, and you're going to have to help me with that. Tell us about your entry.
Well, we are from the Southern Nevada Hand Weavers and Spinners Guild, and we are a group of people who are hobbyists and explore how fiber is turned into clothing, how you take a sheep and you take its wool and you end up with a coat or a blanket or something like that, or cotton. So we have been around since 1968, and if anybody has ever thought this is something they would be interested in exploring, you'll find a very welcoming and happy group of people who would be thrilled to share their knowledge, and it is extensive knowledge. So we're on the web. You can find us there. Our float had people showing these different skills. So you would see it weaving, you would see spinning.
How about that? Give them a round of applause. Here's your award. Thank you both very much. Congratulations. And you'll be in the parade next year too, right? As well as the Carrizo folks. All right. The best overall theme for the Eldorado was won by the Las Vegas High School Alumni Association. Anybody here? Oh, look at this. Las Vegas High School Alumni Association. Yeah. You're all graduates of Las Vegas High School. That is really, really cool. Here, tell us about that.
When we were graduating, my class, the city just turned 50 years old.
50 years old, and we're 102 now. You guys look great. Congratulations. Well, tell us what your float was.
Mayor Goodman, Councilman, it's my pleasure to be here, and I wear two hats. I'm president of the alumni, and I'm also back with the Eldorado Board. And you have got a jewel here in this lady right here. It's a pleasure to work with her. But I also played basketball at Fifth Street Grammar School, and I was just looking at my graduation picture yesterday. But on behalf of the Las Vegas High School alumni, we're really proud of our group now, because this year we started out 4 years ago with this group, and now went from 125 people in 4 years. We're up to, I'm thinking over 700 are going to be at the Orleans at our alumni party. And now at this time, I'd like to turn it over to the man that designed the Wildcat that won the contest.
Well, it takes a large group to do a large project, and I was lucky enough to have strong support by all the members of the Las Vegas High School Alumni Association. I did have a little experience building floats before, so it was not too much of a challenge for me. But I wanted to point out that my grandson, Levi Terry, pretty much redecorated the entire float by himself this year. I just held the staple gun. He did everything else. So we.
Well, thank you and congratulations. And I'm still having a hard time picturing Councilman Coffin playing basketball. Sorry, Councilman. I was shorter. All right. Well, congratulations, you guys. Now the best in float goes to Pirate Fest. Who have we got here from Pirate Fest? Yay, Pirate Fest! Come on down here. Thanks, you guys. Congratulations. Tell us about your float.
Me and my partner made it. Me and my partner built it. This is the first float we ever built in roughly 3 weeks. So we're using it to promote Pirate Fest Las Vegas, which will be 2013, sponsored by Ricky Barlow, who, is councilman. That, and we'd just like to thank everybody for participating.
All right, congratulations.
Thanks.
Congratulations. Good job. All right, the best equestrian entry into the Eldorado Parade this year was Mustang Spirit of America. Mustang Spirit of America. Oh, wow. This is great. Yeah, where's the horse? Where's the Mustang?
I don't know if he came in there.
Well, which one of you want to talk about this?
I'm a little bit nervous. Well, this group is dedicated to the preservation of the Mustang horse. Because of all the new regulations and things, horses are being slaughtered for food to go across to other countries. And we feel this is not right. The American Mustang must be preserved. It is an animal that has brought America to where it is today, and we ask everyone to please help us preserve these animals. The horses that I ride are former wild horses. I own 3 of them. I'm doing my part to try and help preserve these animals. The horse that I rode in the parade this year is my 4-year-old Mustang, Calypso Moon. He was a horse that was brought off the range at 3 months old because his mother was too emaciated to take care of him. She had to be put down. He was put in foster care at 3 months old. He was put up for adoption at 4 months old, and nobody wanted him. So the BLM, they always seem to know when I have an empty stall, called me and said, "Would you like this colt?" And of course I said yes. When we got him, he was very weak, all beat up because of the older horses, And today, he is the most gorgeous animal you've ever seen. If any of you saw the parade, you saw him and how wonderful he is. He has come a long way. I also have 2 other Mustangs that were wild. One was wild last year and went through the Extreme Mustang Makeover, which is a wonderful, wonderful thing for these animals. You have 90 days to tame and train these horses, and because of that, the value of these horses has gone up tremendously because they are already broken and people can ride them after 90 days. These horses go into competition, and the trainers have done fabulous jobs with these horses. And I applaud these people, and please help us with these animals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robin. Here's your award. So you actually had the Mustangs in the parade. Yes. And
we had 4 Mustangs in the parade.
And I think that's significant. Were they? Are your Mustangs? Are your Mustangs Nevada Mustangs?
I have 2 that are Nevada Mustangs. The one mare that we have that is 10 years old, she was captured when she was 1 year old. She is what they call a Spanish Mustang. She was captured off the Indian reservation, so she's not a BLM Mustang. But these all were wild horses. They were all, the 2 that I have I know are Nevada Mustangs.
How about that? You were doing such wonderful work. That's just not enough. Mayor?
Okay, all the people that are in this state, and I happen to be passionate about horses and saving Mustangs as well, where do they contact you? What do they do? What should someone who's listening or someone that's here do to help save the Mustangs in Nevada?
They can get a hold of the BLM. There's also a group. Right now it's a nonprofit group called LEAN, L-E-A-N, and you can find them on the internet. You can find them on Facebook. You'll find most of the horse people in this town. We do Facebook. That's how we keep in contact with each other. You can contact me at Robin Wackerman Sharp on Facebook. And if you have any questions, I can get you to the right people at that time. It's ROBINWACKERMANSHARP. Thank you.
Awesome, Robin. Thank you. Give them another round of applause. Thanks, Val. Congratulations. Thank you, Robin. Congratulations. All right, our next winner, Best Car Club Motorized Vehicle, / in there. And you recognize, and I think Councilman Beers is going to talk about some cars out in front of City Hall today. But the Best Car Club / Motorized Vehicle float goes to Tribute Cars to 911. Who we got here from 911? There you go. Come on down here. Give him a round of applause. And I think one of these cars is sitting outside, right? Okay. Come on up here and tell us about it.
Good morning. My name is James Kimsey. I'm actually president of the Fraternal Order of Eagles, and we co-sponsored the entry for the 9/11 memorial cars. To tell you about Fraternal Order of Eagles, we've been in the Valley for 114 years. We've been in only 2 locations. Golden Nugget sits on the old location now. The present location's been there for over 60 years. Las Vegas, Nevada should be proud because we have raised, most recently in a combined action with the Fueled by the Fallen and our ride, $20 million of a $25 million commitment for the Diabetes Research Center. We just sponsored a 25,000-mile and 25-day motorcycle ride, which was escorted by the car that you see outside. Las Vegas per capita is number one in the country in 8 of 14 major categories of giving, and out of 63 jurisdictions in the United States and Canada, of all the states and provinces, we're never lower than 13th in the remaining 6 categories. To date, Las Vegas has been responsible for giving $120 million over the life of the Fraternal Order of Eagles, which we sit down on Washington Street near the Cashman Field, $120 million over the life of the club since it's been in Las Vegas, Nevada. Fueled by the Fallen honors and teaches everyone to honor a hero, teaches everybody to honor their veterans. Each of those cars you see outside, there's Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and they also honor all of the people who perished in 9/11 during the fall of the towers. We're very proud to be their sponsor. They are proud to be our sponsor, and this is a great honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all that you do.
And if anybody's interested, we have absolutely no, 0 full-time employees. We are a complete volunteer unit, And the interesting part about our organization as of to date is not only do we not have any full-time employees, but 100 cents on the dollar that is given to a charity. If Mayor Goodman says, I want to donate this to the Diabetes Research Center, there are no administrative costs deducted. 100 cents of every dollar goes out through the Fraternal Order of Eagles and goes to the charity where it's designated. Thank you. You can contact us. We are on Facebook. We are also located at 1601 East Washington Street, right across from Cashman Field. Police, fire, military, reservists, retired military, first responders all join for free. And you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. I meant that when I got up here. There's just some great people here in the city of Las Vegas. Thank you very much and congratulations. Our next winner. Good job. Best marching band. You can't have a parade without marching bands. Best marching band goes to Bonanza High School Marching Band. Is anyone here from Bonanza High School? There they are. Give them a round of applause. The great young people in our community. I have to ask, when I was in junior high school, I had to march in the El Dorado Parade and play my trumpet. What do you play?
I'm actually the percussion leader, so I'm playing snare drum.
Okay, so you're playing snare drum. Who's playing a horn? Anybody? Yeah, you're all percussionists. Okay, tell us who you are and tell us what you guys are doing.
Hi, I'm Josh Reese. I'm from Bonanza High School. I'm one of the co-percussion leaders. This is Sammy Davis and this is Eliza Ian. This past few years, we've been growing a lot as an organization, and under the direction of Carl Baker, we'd like to thank him. Also, we'd like to thank the City Council and Mayor Goodman for the award, and we really we're grateful, and it shows a lot of what we do is paying off.
Good. Congratulations. What year are you in?
I'm actually going into my senior year. Sammy Davis is going to her senior year, and Eliza, you're going into your sophomore year.
Great, right? Give them a round of applause. We got some great kids in our neighborhood, in our city too. And congratulations, you take that back and share that with the band, okay? We want to see you next year as well. Wait. Stand there, Mayor. You want to get up here with them?
Absolutely. Wouldn't miss it. You best be back here next year. I love music. And you can't have a parade without a good band. Thank you.
All right. Congratulations. I couldn't play the trumpet in the marching band. Very bad. Yeah. All right. Our last, but certainly not least, our best walking group, the Las Vegas High Steppers Drill Team and Drum Squad. Who have we got here from the High Steppers? Well, give them a round of applause anyway. I wanted to see a demonstration is what I wanted to see. Esther, I want you to talk about the parade, and I'm so glad you're all here, and I hope people are watching at home too, especially the businesses. In the old days, the hotels and casinos all had floats in the parade, and I'm challenging the business community. Next year's parade, I want 150 entries in that thing. I'm going to make your life totally awesome, aren't I, Esther? But this is a great opportunity to highlight great people that do wonderful things, including the businesses, the volunteer organizations, and everything that the Elks do for the El Dorado as well. Esther, let's talk about that.
Thanks, Councilman. First of all, what is really important that everybody needs to recognize is El Dorado is our community event. Every city, every major city has an event that they can hang their hat on. Ours is El Dorado. It's been around since the 1930s. We brought it back in 2005 with the parade. 2009, we brought the rodeo back. It is growing stronger every year. We are moving, actually, the rodeo goes back to where it originally started. Next year in 2013, our home will be at Cashman Center, which is awesome for us to have a new home. The parade gets bigger and better every year, but like Councilman said, we need the businesses to get involved. We need more high school marching bands. I love all of the parade entries. I love working with them. I love the volunteers that help me on the parade. I see Brian Kendall here, Kelly, some other of our great city staff and volunteers in the community come out and help us, and it's been a great pleasure and honor for me to help bring the traditional El Dorado back. So thank you.
Your email is?
And my email is, and no, you can't find me on Facebook, but you can call me at 229-6672 or ecarter@lasvegasnevada.gov. And parade entries will go out in the next couple of weeks to get going for our 2013 parade.
All right, you heard it from her. Let's get all those floats back. Give all our winners a great big round of applause, and our wonderful Rangers here for representing El Dorado and the Elks Lodge. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Esther is unique. I mean, she does all of our events, but this one is so exciting for everybody in our community to come back into it and revitalize it the way it used to be. So we're moving along, but now it's only appropriate that I call on Councilman Beers, who's going to tell us about the beautiful classical cars that are on display outside of City Hall today. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. I hope everyone saw the cars set up across the street. For all the people who came here in one of those vehicles, please stand up and take a bow. These are the folks that put their own time and effort into the restoration of these vehicles. Today is the National Collector Car Appreciation Day, and it's the brainchild of SEMA. This is a big convention that we have here in Las Vegas annually. About 100,000 people attend this event, 2,000 exhibitors. Thousands of new products introduced every year, and it's consistently a major economic boost to the entire Las Vegas Valley. We will be having our own little Ward 2 car show. John Baer is helping coordinate that, and Christelle Klingler, which will be October 13th at the Veterans Memorial Center up in Summerlin for the Trunk or Treat car show. We have a certificate right here. Thank you very much. If Art Cam would come up to the podium and take the Collector Car Appreciation Day certificate off my hands. He's the director of Las Vegas Cruising Association. Art and his other members and volunteers and supporters, got it, do the annual Christmas toy run. This year is going to be December 15th and provides toys and gifts for over 500 underprivileged children. They need your support. Remember, all these proceeds go to local children's charities and other nonprofit organizations. A great cause, great people. Thank you very much. On behalf of the mayor and the entire city council, today is July 18th, Collector Car Appreciation Day. Thank you very much.
Is it possible, Councilman, I mean, with this wonderful turnout, could we invite everybody up to the 7th floor to see the 7th floor? Is that possible? Or do they have to go back and stand by their car? Oh, and we also have a video. So we're having a video of the cars, which is now being played up above. Wonderful. Councilman?
So the mayor has extended an invitation to all of you with the car group to go up and see the 7th floor. John would be your guide if you would like to follow him and enjoy your visit down to City Hall. Not yet. Not yet. Oh, no, we have one more presentation.
The basketball player.
Oh, we have one more presentation. Oh, my goodness. For our final item, Councilman Coffin is going to recognize the elementary school basketball player of the year from his vintage. Actually, he's going to recognize the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department's programs that is really making a difference in citizen lives. Ciao.
You know, I was a lot taller, Mayor, when actually I was only 5'5" in grammar school, and I managed to stretch a bit and lie a little bit too. Okay, so we lost all our games to Fifth Street School. I admit that. I mean, little St. Joseph's isn't any bigger now than it was then.
Were you the forward or the point guard?
I guarded. Thank you. I wasn't very forward then, not like I am now. Your Honor, thank you very much for this privilege, and Car Club members, thanks for staying around for this last recognition, because this is an important one for you. You have to be nice to the people in this group here, knowing what you have under the hoods of those cars, because we are going to now recognize a wonderful group, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Citizens Police Academy in Spanish. Now, you may remember, council members, back in January, I think it was, we honored as Citizen of the Month Isaias Miramontes. And Isaias is a one-man gang over on Sunrise Avenue, where he goes over and fixes stuff that lazy, sloth people mess up. Okay, he goes over, he sweeps, and he cleans up, and he fixes graffiti, and he helps control that street. And he is a result, a graduate of this academy that we're honoring today. It first started in 1991 under Johnny Moran, who was sheriff then, and successive sheriffs, and now our present sheriff, Doug Gillespie, have continued the plan. It's very important because they recognized more than 20 years ago that the Latino population in Southern Nevada was growing. I don't even think John Moran could have forecast the growth of the Latino community to what it is today, over 30% of the population of our valley. But most important is that this community here is part of everything, and including law enforcement. In those days, you didn't have very many police officers either who could speak Spanish, who could help settle disputes, which are just the same as everybody else's disputes. And they like to live just like all of the rest of the community. So it's important that what happened was a real commitment to not only hiring police that could speak Spanish, but also train citizens who spoke Spanish and who could relate to those who either had a very defective English language skill, or, and they may have lived here for 30 or 40 years, you understand, first generation. But the second and third generation, some of them very new arrivals, are not very good in English. Consequently, the need and the value of this program. It was created in 2007 in order to reach the population. And of course, the written objectives include breaking down the barrier of mistrust and establishing confidence between the Spanish speakers and the officers of Metro. And I think it goes a lot deeper than that, because really they become part of the community, not only those people who graduate, but the people who are the officers who are training them. It's a 12-week program, this academy, and it gives our community members first-hand information on what it's like to be in the police. And so sometimes recruits come out of these organizations. Their young people recognize it's a good deal. It's a fine, fine force of people to join. They meet every Wednesday from 6 to 9:30 for those 12 weeks, so it's not easy. And also the program invites instructors from other agencies. Consequently, we have representatives from our own law enforcement here in the city, the Marshals Program and the detention and enforcement people. We have people from North Las Vegas involved in the program as well, and our corrections officers from the Metro as well. So there's everybody in law enforcement is pitching in to help keep this academy going. At this time, I'd like to call forward and recognize Downtown Area Command Officer David Cienega. He's in the audience, I think, and I'd like to have him come down and thank him, maybe say a couple of words, and then recognize the people who are in the audience, because we even have Assistant Sheriff Ray Flynn here as well. But I think more important, David, I'm going to give this microphone to you. I know that the members of the force and the academy have their certificates now, so not everybody has to come up now. But we're going to have them come up for a photograph as soon as you're finished. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mayor, council members. It's a great privilege for me to be standing up here. As always, it's been said already, being in a position of leadership doesn't mean that you do it all alone. I have a great staff, and my captain and on up the line of my chain of command really supports this program that we do since we started in 2007. So really, I want to share this accolade with them and the staff that was bestowed on me when I took over this program a couple years back. Thank you very much.
David, you're very welcome. Let me present to you a very special certificate for you, which honors, and in representation, your representation here, of honoring the Hispanic Academy in Spanish. The 5 years you've been in force now have really, really created a lot of goodwill in the community. Thank you very much. I know you'd like to invite everybody to come on up. How about I call them up for the photograph? Assistant Sheriff Ray Flynn. We have some from Metro, some police officers, Jose Montoya, Jose Hernandez, Arturo Chavez, Abraham Aguirre, Alfredo Quintero, Cynthia Hurtado, David Stoddard, Jacinto Rivera, Sergeant John Leon, Josue Esparza, Moise Ortiz, Maria Fulweiler, Lourdes Smith, Ivan Palayo, Mark Washington, Sam Diaz, Carmen Tirado. And from the correction officers, Louis Teles, Raul Herrera, and Martin Vargas. And from North Las Vegas, if you're here, Lieutenant Alex Perez, Chastity Smith, and G. Para. And from our own city of Las Vegas, Detention and Enforcement Corrections Officer Miguel Chavez. Are you here, Miguel? Good. And then, of course, we also have, I think, in the audience, Victor Dunn, who's Deputy Chief of North Las Vegas, and Michelle Freeman, our own Chief Freeman, who could have played basketball for St. Joseph's and done quite well. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's all give them a big hand. Thank you, and it's photograph time, and then it is time. Your Honor, would you like to say a couple words? Because we'll go back into office.
I'd just like to thank all of you. I mean, it is so important. We're one community here, all of us together, and that's what makes Las Vegas the best place in the world to live. So thank each of you. We really, really are grateful to you. Thank you. Thanks. And now we will continue on probably just a couple of minutes, but Mr. Bear is right in back there, and he is going to take you to the elevators, then the public elevators, then up to the 7th floor for a tour. And please do stop by the mayor's office. Would love to have you see the view from above looking down on your shiny cars. Thank you. Great. Let me give this back. Do you have a way to reach my... Can you call Cheryl? Yeah, still on. All right, everyone, here we are back on item 11, and I want to recognize way down at my right, your left, Brittany, and next to her is a magic name, Alex, and next to Alex, Alex. And I think this is going to be your last city council, is that correct, or no, Mr. Jerbick?
Alex, sitting directly to my right, will be here at the next meeting, but the other Alex and Brittany will be leaving. Brittany's last day, in fact, is today, and Alex is next Tuesday.
And they are interns, correct?
They are interns. Both Alex to my right and Brittany are at UNLV Boyd School of Law, and Alex in the middle is from Cornell in New York.
In Ithaca, New York. Far above Cayuga's waters.
You know it.
Okay, wonderful. Well, welcome and enjoy your last or semi-last, or not your last. But we appreciate your being here. You read very well. Okay, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. We will set the time at 1 minute. Good morning.
1 minute.
For this portion, 1 minute.
When's the 3-minute portion?
At the end of the day.
It changes everywhere.
This is a challenge. We
new
like
building,
a challenge.
new council person, new rules, huh? Okay. Stanley Washington. I'll try to go ahead and get this done in 60 seconds, Your Honor. First of all, it's the first time I've come before this council in this building. Of course, I was here back when before it started, and you weren't here, but your husband was here, and so it certainly is a nice facility. Also, we have a new council person over there, Councilman Bears. I'd like to welcome you to the action. You know, you're a newcomer to the game, but you're a quick study. I know that. I'll get quickly to the point. Labor Day, September 3rd, will be one of the most significant days for the African-American community relative to jobs. 60 days before the re-election of hopefully for the re-election of the first African-American president. And you can believe on Labor Day, the discussion will be about jobs big time, not just for African-Americans, but for everybody. But certainly since African-Americans are at the bottom of the jobs realm across the nation, and certainly here in Nevada, it's incumbent upon the people to elevate that discussion on their behalf, and that's what I have planned for Labor Day, with a big Labor Day job healthcare organizing event that's going to bring the community together. I do have some requests of the council for participating. I would got to believe this council is interested in organizing black folks to go to work, to be a part of the next wave of jobs coming forward, all the Symphony Park stuff that's coming down. The park, already have reserved. The showmobile, Your Honor, I need reserved. I'm going to go see Mr. Manning, but he tells me when I come see him, at the meeting time, I need to have a check with me at that particular point in time. Don't have a check with me at that time, but I will be getting one from my sponsor to take care of that. I'm going to be leaving here to go to his office, and that showmobile needs to be on hold for that day. It is available there. Ms. Tarkanian, I reached for Kim. She did not get back to me, so that's why I'm here now to go ahead and follow up on our discussion. You'd made a commitment to me about your husband being available for important events. This event also calls for a 3-on-3 basketball tournament at Doolittle. I'd like Jerry and Stacy Ogman to be the honorary co-chairs on that. If that's something you could go ahead and help us with there, I'd appreciate it. I'm calling in that marker now. I know it was originally for the veterans. That hasn't come about yet, but this here is something that's most important. That crowd that we're targeting there, they're playing basketball, they're watching videos, they're not down here at city council meetings, they're not registered to vote, and I believe you know the crowd that we'll be talking about. We're talking about the 18 to 24-year-old crowd and the veterans, the hard-to-get crowd. I'm going to be reaching for Nike to sponsor that 3-on-3 tournament. I'm reaching for some NBA basketball players to be the ref. We need something big to go down to communicate with that population there. So I'm asking now for you to ask your husband to bring Stacy Ogman along to be the honorary co-chairs to present the trophies to the respective winners.
Okay, please, you're well over the minute, so
Okay.
please, if you would, then contact Councilwoman Tarkanian's office. We have to move on, and you're welcome to come back during the 3-4 minute portion.
I will do that. I always contact the offices, but when I don't get the responses, then I come down here to go ahead and do that. So anyway, that's what I'm seeking now. Hopefully that's not asking too much of this council.
Okay, we are going to move on. Thank you, Mr. Washington. Anyone else, please come forward. Wait, microphone on, please. Press button. There you are. Done.
My name is Anthony Hodges, Mayor, and I just want to say that I didn't see Councilman Barlow. I just want to tell him, will y'all tell him hello for me, him and his wife and his lovely girl and whatever. So I thank you for letting me stop by and say hello to everybody. And
I did announce Councilman Barlow's on his way to the National League of Cities in Nashville, Tennessee.
Well, tell him I
As
said
we
hello.
speak. Absolutely
Good luck,
will deliver
everybody.
that. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Item number 14. I'd like to remind the council we still don't have your cousin's photo in the gallery out there in the hall.
On item 14, whose cousin?
They took it 3 weeks ago.
Oh, Mr. Jervik, you understood that. Okay, good. That's very important. All right. Anyone else wishing? Look, as long as somebody's getting it, we're in good shape. Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? We will move on now to item number 12, business item for possible action. Any items from the morning session that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 69, bill number 2012-26. Councilman Ross has asked that be obeyed till August 15th of 2012, and that will be my motion.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. What was the item number?
69.
Okay, and that's obeyed. Till August which?
August 15th.
Okay. All right, we are moving on now to motion carries, by the way. We're moving on to item number 13 for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference of the regular city council meeting of June 20th, 2012. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Items 14 and 15 will be trailed to be heard at as the first items in the afternoon session following the closed session. We'll now move on to the consent agenda. Items 16 through 60, with the exception of none that have been asked, on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items the council wishes brought forward? Hearing none, we will then please move.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 16 through 60.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. There's a motion. Please vote and please post.
And, Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman.
I just thought that we might mention, because we have representatives here from the Public Education Foundation, that on item 17, which is being up for approval, this is part of the educational plan for the city, and that the city officials have worked with the membership of the Public Education Foundation, their leadership. And perhaps they could just stand, because they already have done a lot of work for us.
Thank you. Great. Thank you very much. Under the administrative portion, discussion for possible action regarding a donation from Canico Capital Group LLC is in an amount not to exceed $1,461,000 to the City of Las Vegas General Fund. This item will be trailed and not heard before 1:15, so that Councilman Barlow will be available via conference call to participate in the discussion. And we will move on now to the city attorneys. This is item 62, discussion for possible action regarding the city attorney sub-grant from the Division of Child and Family Services Pass-Through Victims of Crime Act grant in the amount of $109,820, special grant fund revenue with $27,456 in-kind city match from the general fund for a total of $137,276. Mr. Jervik.
Thank you, Your Honor. When the recession first hit, we were tasked, as every other department in the city, with trying to eliminate positions and reduce our budget. What we did is we transferred a number of our victim advocates to federal grant programs and took them off the city payroll. This grant is to fund one of the positions in our office. Don Cox, who is the director of our victim advocacy program, is here in the audience. She'll be glad to answer any questions. It is in order. We do recommend approval. I would like to share with you just briefly, though, a couple of statistics I'm going to share with you during my evaluation. Last year, this unit serviced an additional 752 new victims of domestic violence. There are another 1,010 victims of domestic violence who have ongoing counseling on top of that, and we service a total number of 6,107 people through this program, which is phenomenal considering we only have 3 people done that do all the victim advocacy for the city of Las Vegas. You can only imagine their caseload, but anyway, it's in order, Your Honor, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
How is the counseling assigned? Is that through the courts or through the city, or does the city do the counseling?
What will happen is we'll submit it to our office a case charging a defendant with domestic violence, which we will approve or not approve. At the same time that case comes in, it's given to our victim advocates who contact the victim. Don, do you want to give a little thumbnail of how we handle it from there?
And first announce yourself, if you would, please. Thank
Sure.
you.
I'm Dawn Cox. I'm a victim witness advocate for the city attorney's office. And when we have referrals from the attorneys, the advocates initiate contacts with victims. And initially, we do crisis intervention counseling. We don't do long-term counseling. That's referred out. But we also do case advocacy. We work with the police officers, the detectives, the judges, the attorneys in our office to get them additional evidence, to get photos or medical records, things that we might need to help improve the quality of the case as it goes through the system. But for the victims, they also can call in on their own. They're given a victim's information guide by the police officers at the time of the crime, and they are given our number right then to call in.
Wonderful. Any questions, counsel? No, great program, great results. Is there a motion to accept this report?
Motion to approve.
There's a motion, please vote, and please post. This is wonderful, Mr. Jervik. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We will now move on to item 63, discussion for possible action regarding an interlocal agreement between the City of Las Vegas and City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, RDA, for the city to reconcile and reimburse the RDA for construction costs of the rehabilitation of the property commonly known as the historic 5th Street School located at 401 South 4th, Ward 3, Mr. Coffin, and this was related to item number 7 as well. Mr. Arndt.
Thank you, Mayor. With your indulgence, if I would like you to read item number 64, call item number 64 also, please.
Okay, so we will read item number 64, resolutions are 57-2012, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, RDA, in connection with the Commercial Visual Improvement Program, CVIP agreement between the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, RDA, and the King George LLC, owner and CVIP participant, located at 1208 East Charleston Boulevard, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA. Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. As we mentioned before, this item's related to the RDA item 5, RA 1012.
Your Honor,
Mayor,
Bill misspoke. He really meant item 65.
Yeah, forgive me, Mayor. I thought they were in sequence and they were not.
Okay,
I'm
well, we're
sorry.
doing things differently today. I've got so many stickums here, I don't know what I'm doing. All right, 65, R582012, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution accepting the quitclaim deed, approving and accepting the assignment and assumption agreement, and related documents concerning the 5th Street School located at 401 South 4th, and ratifying actions previously taken and pertaining to the foregoing by the City of Las Vegas, its officers, and employees. Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. This item is related to the Redevelopment Agency, item 6, RA 11-212.
Thank you, Mayor. Bill Arntz, Director, Economic and Urban Development. Again, I apologize. Item 63 and 65 are both related to the Fifth Street School. Item 63 is for an interlocal agreement to allow the transfer of the property from the redevelopment agency to the City of Las Vegas. We did hear discussion on the item this morning at this morning's agency meeting. Item 65 is related, and it's a resolution related to accepting the assignment and assumption agreement for Fifth Street School and the transfer. Staff recommends approval of both items, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
No questions, it seems, up here, and so, Councilman?
Your Honor, I move for the approval of item 63.
Okay, there's a motion on item 63. Please vote, and please post. Motion carries. Councilman?
I move now for the approval of item 65.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve item number 65. Please vote. Please post. And that also carries. Thank you very much. And we will now move on to item number 66, recommending committee bill, pardon? 64, oh, we have to go backwards. Right, so sorry. And that's the resolution R57-2012, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertaking City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, RDA, in connection with the Commercial Visual Improvement Program, CVIP, agreement between the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, RDA, and King George LLC, owner and CVIP participant, located 1208 East Charleston Boulevard, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Note that this item is related to Redevelopment Agency, Item 5, RA 10212.
Thank you, Mayor. This item also was discussed at this morning's redevelopment agency meeting. It is for a visual improvement program grant of $19,000, not to exceed $25,000, for doing exterior paint, refurbishing the marquee sign, and new stucco at the Hunridge Theater, which is at 1208 East Charleston, and also new paint for the adjacent building at 1200 East Charleston. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. Any comments, questions? Councilman Coffin?
Your Honor, the thorough discussion in the Redevelopment Authority covers the waterfront on this issue, I think, and we're going to have a further discussion this afternoon on another bill related to the theater. We can save the rest of it for then. So therefore, I will move now for approval of item number 64.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. Thank you very much. Item 64 is confirmed. Now we're on to item 66, recommending committee bill eligible for adoption at this meeting, bill number 2012 through 2023. Councilman Ross, do you wish to have these bills read?
I do, Madam Mayor.
I think, Mayor, we need to go to item number 66, bill number 2012-23, which is the first bill eligible for adoption. And if you would like to have that read, Alex Wingate will be reading items 66 and 67, and then Brittany will read 68, and then when those are done, we'll go to the new bills, and Alex will read the fourth. But if we'll go to item number 66, we'll be glad to read it for you, Your Honor.
Please.
Alex.
Bill number 2012-23, an ordinance to adopt an updated transportation and streets and highways element of the Las Vegas 2020 master plan and to provide for other related matters.
Wonderful. All for that one. Thank you. Okay. Councilman?
Motion to approve, Mayor.
There's a motion to approve. Please vote, and please post. Motion carries.
And now, if you'll wish, we'll read item number 67, Bill 2012-24. Alex?
Please.
Bill number 2012-24, an ordinance to repeal the code chapter pertaining to the master plan of streets and highways and replace it with a chapter pertaining to planned streets and highways and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you, Councilman Ross.
Motion to approve, Mayor.
There's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. And we're back to you, Councilman Ross.
And with your permission, Your Honor, item number 68, Bill number 2012-25, Brittany will read that. Brittany?
Bill number 2012-25, an ordinance to adopt an updated conservation element of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you, Councilman.
And I would move to approve that also, Mayor.
Thank you very much. This motion, please vote. And please post. And please post. That motion carries, and we will skip over item number 69, which is obeyed till August 15th, correct? Okay, item 70. Item 70 through 74, bills 2012-28 through 2012-32 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting. We will move on to new bills. Items 76 through 79, bills 2012-33 through 2012-37 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, July 31st, 2012. The redevelopment plan to be adopted by Bill 2012-33 will be heard at a special City Council meeting on Wednesday, July 25th at 1 p.m. The City Council will take comments for and against the new redevelopment plan at that time. The new bills 2012-34 through 2012-37 will be assigned to council members Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin, and we will move on to item number 80.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, we need to have the new bills read into the record, and with your permission, Alex Hermsen, the other Alex, will read them for you.
Please do so.
Bill number 2012-33, an ordinance to adopt a redevelopment plan for redevelopment area 2, generally located west of the downtown portions of the existing redevelopment area and including a number of non-contiguous parcels located north and south of West Sahara Avenue, north and south of West Charleston Boulevard, and east and west of Decatur Boulevard, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2012-34, an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code to adjust the method of calculating handicap parking requirements in certain types of parking lots to parallel the method of calculation provided for in applicable ADA standards, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2012-35, an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code to update and streamline the process for the approval of signage by Downtown Design Review Committee, adjust the eligibility requirements for service on the committee, and provide for other related matters. Bill number 2012-36, an ordinance relating to the Downtown Centennial Plan, expanding the boundaries of the plan area, creating a new industrial district within the plan area, setting forth the goals of individual districts within the plan area, and providing for other related matters. Bill number 2012-37, an ordinance relating to mobile food vendors, open-air vending, and transient sales lots, updating applicable licensing, zoning, and other regulations regarding such operations to address their impacts on streets and surrounding activities and properties, and providing for other related matters.
Thank you. Since those have been assigned, we're on to the next item.
Thank you very much. Agenda item number 80 will not be meeting on the labor negotiations, but is there a motion to go into closed session, please?
Thank you, Mayor. For item number 81, I move to close this public meeting to conduct the annual review of the city attorney and city auditor pursuant to NRS 241-031, which allows a public body to hold a closed meeting to consider the things that include the character and professional competence of a person. That's my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. And so we will move into that closed session now, and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much. All right, good afternoon, everyone. We are going to reconvene the City Council meeting of July 18th, 2012. And I do want to let you know that we have conducted annual evaluations on our attorney and on our auditor, our city auditor, and have met in closed session there. And at this point, I'm going to open it up to council for comments. I see you, Councilman Ross, trying to be small, but you can't do that. Anyway, it is an exceptional time for us all up here to have such wonderful people working here at City Hall. Brad Jerbick, our city attorney, has just been so responsive to the needs and everything of what we do here. At a time when we are severely understaffed in many, many departments here because of the economy, as you all know. And both he and our city auditor as well, just hardworking and wonderful staff working with them, doing wonderful overloads and managing to produce. And so having had these, before we move into a motion, I would like to invite our council members to make comments. And first we will start with this item. This agenda item is item number 14, and the discussion for possible action regarding the annual review of City Attorney Bradford R. Jerbick. And so I would like to open it up to the floor for any comments that you would care to make. And do you want to start, Councilman?
With your permission, Mayor, if I may, and I
Please.
truly hope I embarrass Mr. Jerbick. I haven't started yet. I think, Mr. Jerbick, all the comments that were made earlier in our closed-door session were right on the mark. But I want to assure the citizens of the city and, of course, the employees who work for the city as well that we are in very good hands. And I don't say that just because of you and your attorney skills, but I say that for your entire team. And I will share this, Mayor and council members, with the public, that during our discussion, I don't think I'm going to violate any laws here, just stop me if I am, Brad. But Brad was more concerned about his other members of his staff. Am I? You make me stop now? He was more concerned about, and I want the other attorneys in your department to know that, because you're actually running a law firm. You're running the city's law firm. And he was more concerned about the attorneys that work in his department, especially on the criminal side and the civil side, all the workload that they've got. In his records, he's saved this city, along with his attorneys, lots and lots of money in regards to litigation. But it said a lot about his character when he was more concerned about his staff than he was about his own benefit of any kind of raise or any kind of substantive amount of money or anything like that associated with your job. And Ms. Fretwell, he was also more concerned about you as well in regards to the hard work that you do. And it's important that the residents understand that 3 people work for the City Council directly. That's the City Manager, Betsy Fretwell, Brad Jerbick, our City Attorney, and Radford Snelding, our City Auditor. So it's important that everybody understands that first and foremost. So they work directly for us. We hire and fire them. And Mr. Jerbick, you just demonstrated a great deal of character in your interview process with us and your performance evaluation. So I just want to say thank you, and let the people of this city and the people who work for the city know that we're in good hands. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Ross. Any other comments? Councilwoman?
I voiced this during our closed session meeting. I just want to voice it again, that anytime we need our attorney, he's there. We ask, and he comes quickly. He's covered a wide variety of different types of problems that we have. And what I've appreciated most about him is the integrity that he's shown, the fact that he's been very professional, the fact that he's always trying to do what's best for the city, and he doesn't waste any effort in doing that, and he's appreciated very much.
Thank you. I would like to add to that, when my husband was serving as mayor for those 12 years, I already had the preemptive information from him about what a wonderful attorney, but how responsive he was to the needs of the community. And I have found in this past year and a couple of weeks, I always like to hear bad news. I like to hear truth. In fact, I will not tolerate less than truth. I want to work with that. And I love a person who expenses high and incomes low and is cautious and tends to give a conservative opinion and not the most loosely thought one, so that I feel good. And I must say that I concur with both Councilman Ross's comments and Councilwoman Tarkanian's, because this is a man who will get back to you. He will get back to you within an extremely reasonable amount of time, and always with answers, and if he doesn't have them, he's going to get back to you, and he does deliver. So I can't speak more highly. I know how fortunate every resident is, and anywhere. This is an open to the public government here. This is legislature doesn't have the open meeting laws that we have here. But you can be assured that everybody in this community and every resident, our 600,000 residents, are getting a top drawer representation through our city attorneys and under the leadership of this wonderful man. And so we're very pleased and proud to have you with us and look forward to many, many years. I understand this is your 20th year as city attorney, and 6 more years you put in before that?
Had about 4.5 in the system before that, so I've been with between the county and the city 24 years and another couple with the feds.
Wonderful. I have to also inform you all that when I first came here in my first weeks, I tried to see as many of our employees as possible to introduce myself and say, you're getting, you know, the second in the line, and I look forward to working with you all. And then I went to Mr. Jervik's office in the old building. There was not a picture. There was not a plant. There was nothing. The desk was clean. The couch was empty. I've never seen a lawyer that didn't have mounds of information on their desks. And I thought to myself, I guess he's leaving today. And lo and behold, that's his cleanliness. And he did inform us that he would accordingly hopefully be here for more years to come. And I can't vote more positively than I do for you. You're a great guy and a great lawyer, and thank you for your service. So without further comment then, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Based on the remarks that I heard in the closed session as well as in open session today, it's obvious to me that the City Council thinks that you have done an outstanding job this past year. And when somebody does an outstanding job, they deserve to be rewarded. Unfortunately, we can't reward you with any incentive, financial incentive, because of our financial situation, and you basically told us you wouldn't accept it anyway because since your people that work for you aren't gaining anything financially, you wouldn't take it either. So kind of laid that to rest. But you still need to be rewarded somehow. So I'd like to make a motion to offer you 2 things. First of all, City Manager's Office is going through a gain-sharing program that we're eventually going to roll out. It's very innovative. I want to make sure that you are, even though you report to us, I want to make sure you're part of that gain-sharing program. So that's the first one. And then the second one is as all of us know up here, you put a lot of extra time in. You attend meetings, committee meetings at night, on the weekends, a lot of extra time, and we want to make sure that you have time off to rejuvenate and relax, and you are in a position where you can provide us the best service you possibly can. So my second part of my motion is to offer you extra 40 hours of vacation time for this next year. You can't sell that back, so there's no financial incentive. You have to take it off. You can take it off at 1 week or a day at a time, however you think is appropriate. So that will be my motion to participate in the game sharing program and to give you an extra 40 hours of vacation time.
Thank you very much. Whoops. Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. And motion carries. I'm so thrilled. Congratulations.
Well, thank you.
Oh, yes? Okay.
I just want to take a minute and just say, first of all, thank you very much. I don't know what the heck gain sharing is, but I sure know what vacation is, so I'll make the most of it. And second of all, I wanted to say this. Something happened between last year and this year after my evaluation. You kind of think back on your career and things that you've done, and we're all products of who we worked for and who we learned from. And last year, right after my evaluation, a very dear friend in our community passed away, who taught me how to be the best boss you could be, and that was our former District Attorney, Rex Bell. And it's been almost a year since we lost Rex, but I thought it would be kind of appropriate this time to say something on the record, because I kind of look back on my career and people that I worked with, and I look at all of you, and I know that many different people that Mayor Pro Tem Anthony worked with, and all of us have. But this was a gem in our community. This was a real stand-up human being, a guy who fought for his troops, and a guy who cared about everybody who worked with. And in a lot of ways, I'm here because of someone like that. So I just want to say thank you.
That's very nice. Very nice. Okay, we will now move on to agenda item 15, discussion for possible action regarding annual review of City Auditor Radford K. Snelding. And once again, I want to make sure that you know that we were in closed session and in review. And this particular position that Rad Snelding holds was created in 1999 by the council that it was in my husband's first year. And he wanted to, unlike any other municipality in the state of Nevada, have an auditor working that was responsive directly to the mayor and to the council as an overview and a first line of examination, and so we would know what's going on. And before I make my further comments, I would open them up to our council and for comments therein. So, I'll start. Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor. And I hope Councilwoman follows, because we both serve with Rad on the Audit Committee, and I think, Rad, you got to come up to the microphone, man. You don't mind, Mayor, do you, with your permission? Rad,
No, I love it. I
stand in
would
front of
like him,
us.
so everybody can see who he is if you don't know who he is.
When I first got elected many years ago, I would get these reports across my desk about these audits, and as I was reading these audits and finding out what Rad's department was doing, and catching employees doing things they shouldn't be doing. And Rad, if you recall, one of my first phone calls was to you. Well, what happened to that person? Are they still working for the city? And you cleaned that up for me right away, that no individuals that do have problems with the city and keeping their hands out of the kitty don't work for us anymore and are reported to proper law enforcement. But you make audits, and we just went through our big budget cycles for every board and commission we all sit on, including the cities. But by far, you make audits actually not as boring as they really are. So it's great to serve with you on the audit committee. You help me understand the processes in the city. You are a watchdog. You're the guy that's that independent thinker, and I think Councilman will probably say the same thing. You're the independent guy that watches the rest of the departments in the city to make sure they're doing things the right way. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that for the benefit of not only the employees of the city, but for the citizens of our city as well. They're in good hands with you as our auditor, so thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Councilwoman.
I will follow Councilman Ross and say that at one point when I wanted to learn more about the city, I asked Larry Brown what would be a good way to learn more about the city, be able to help more, and Larry suggested becoming a member of the audit committee, which he had been, and he was right. I learned a lot, and I met some good people, and I was so impressed with your work, the high professionalism, the high integrity, and I think it's so extremely important that we have you and your department, which is an independent entity, which feeds information to the council. You always have to have a balance of information. You provide that balance to us, and the way you do it is so fair that I'm just can't say anything more than I was as impressed with that as anything I've seen in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've been a member of audit committees before, but not currently on the city, Your Honor, and I have to tell people that this is a good position. It's very, very invisible. It really is not supposed to be that way, but it just usually works that way. If citizens who are concerned about how their government is operating, and they're worried something untoward is happening, maybe there's some cheating, maybe there's some scandal somewhere, and the city, you can't go to the city higher-ups because you feel that, that this isn't going to get fixed, because surely in your mind there won't be any redress of your grievance or of the or stopping of scandalous behavior, misappropriations, all these things. Remember that the auditor, as has been said, works for the council directly, does not work for the structure of the city management offices, so that you can rest assured that the council then has the ability to go and talk to its auditor without fear of the auditor having to worry about his hide, because he works for us and can do this and has done it numerous occasions. And he was one of the first people I met with when I came on board. And I mentioned that in the closed session, but I think it's important to make sure and repeat it, that the city auditor does not work for the city management, that he, like the city attorney, works for the council directly. So there's a place where people can go, and frankly, Mr. Snelding, your job is to help keep the city council out of the limelight on a bad way. If you have a feeling that something's going wrong, and we don't know it because we're part-time in this job, you know, you have to alert us to it, and you've done that. A scandal erupted in the Parks Department, not a broad scandal, but there was something going wrong. You brought it to our attention, and we fixed it. We might not have known about it without it, because the level of the scandal and such didn't reach the highest levels of our city government. So really no one knew, at least at a high level, that it was going on. You did. You found out. Maybe somebody tipped you to it. The point is that way we were able to correct it. So this is a very much overlooked office in any government, but it's frankly your most important in municipal government. So I will be voting to give you an outstanding grade from the 1 year that I've worked with you. Thank you, Your Honor.
What I found out, and was very interesting to me, first of all, was in this cutback that you lost 2 part-time employees and 1 full-time employee in your department. So everybody else, again, like every other person in the city who works here, had to step up to the plate and pick up that slack. And I think that's just commendable that you've done it without a misstep and managed to keep us so fully informed. I also learned in your report that you are chairman of the Western Intergovernmental Audit Forum, and I congratulate you for that. I mean, that obviously is a much lauded post, and not done because you aren't the most brilliant in the world. You obviously are very talented, and they recognize your abilities. And so we're very, very blessed by that. But also what I did learn, too, is that you are auditing also the municipal court, correct? And also our detention, law enforcement division, in addition to every other division of the city. So your reputation precedes you, and I've enjoyed this first year. You've taught me a great deal. I need to get a little bit better with the fine tip of my pencil, but I couldn't be more thrilled that you're here, and again, so responsive to the council and keeping us up to date on areas that might be questionable or not. But I'm fully pleased and excited about it, and therefore we turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks, Mayor. Again, Rad, based on the comments that I heard in a closed session as well as in public from the City Council obviously thinks that you're doing an outstanding job, that your performances last year has been outstanding. And again, you need to be rewarded, but again, our financial situation doesn't allow us to financially reward you, and I don't think you'd accept it anyway. So I'd like to offer the same reward and emotion to you. For again, number one is to make sure you're a participant in the gain sharing program that we eventually roll out. And we all know that you're one of a total of 6 auditors down there. You have a lot of audits. I know you're trying to do your mandatory audits every 5 years, which is, it's used to be 12 years, every 12 years. So your workload is very tough right now. You put in a lot of extra time, and again, we just want to make sure that that you have time off with your family and you're healthy. So again, I'd like to make that the second part of the motion, that you receive 40 hours of vacation time. You can't sell it back, so there's no financial incentive, but you have to take it off, and you deserve to have those 40 hours. So that will be my motion for our city auditor.
Thank you very much. There's a motion.
Yes.
Please vote, and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. I stand up and I salute you and I thank you very much. Okay, now at this point, Ms. Clerk, is Councilman Barlow available?
Mayor, I just spoke to him on the phone. He's getting his luggage, so he will be trying to find a place that's quiet. So if we want to go ahead and take the next item, that should give him enough time, and then I'll get him on the phone for you.
Okay, thank you very much. So that means 82? 82?
Yes.
Okay, this will be on your agenda, item number 82, for possible action. Any items from the afternoon session that council staff and/or the applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. And Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 107 through 110, GPA 44653, ZON 44654, VAR 44656, SDR 44655, applicant owner Jose Garcia, 0.2 acres at 2041 Ballard Drive. Applicant has asked that be withdrawn without prejudice. Item number 114, ROC 45135, applicant owner Aguilas Central Familiar Cristiano, 11.18 acres at 5355 Madre Mesa Drive. Staff has requested that be held in abeyance till August 1st, 2012. And item number 118, DIR 45073, applicant owner City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, review of final plan for redevelopment area 2. Staff has asked that to be stricken, and that will be my motion.
Thank you. And there's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Okay, motion carries. We will move on now to item number 83, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of dangerous building demolition located at 104 Joyce Way for fees in the amount of $26,736.90 and assess a maximum of $19,500 in daily and federal inspection civil penalties for a total of $46,236.90. Property owner Jose and Esmeralda Zamara. This is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. This is a public hearing which I now declare open. Is the property owner present? And Mr. Bausch.
Mayor, members of the City Council, the major cross streets to this property are Torrey Pines and Washington. This case consists of the demolition of a fire-damaged single-family dwelling and removal of some dead trees. The property is not in foreclosure. Our case opened on September 28th of 2011. We issued a notice and order on November 8th, 2011, and closed the case on May 15th, 2012. As a result of non-compliance by the property owner, the city commenced abatement action on May 10th, 2012, and completed it the same day. That abatement work consisted of removal of fire-damaged structure, removal of dead trees and stumps from the front and rear yard. The out-of-pocket expenses for that demolition and removal work was $26,736.90. The accrued daily civil penalties are $19,500 for a total of all costs and penalties of $46,236.90. $236.90. The property is valued on Zillow as of June 18th of this year at $68,400, and staff respectfully requests the City Council approve the expense report and assess all out-of-pocket expenses and fines and penalties as a lien against the property.
Thank you, Mr. Bouse. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Have you been able to locate this family at all?
No, ma'am, we have not.
And a bank doesn't own it? It's
No,
just
ma'am, the property is
vacant
not in
land.
foreclosure, and there was no lender.
Well, I would move for full payment of the hard costs that the district, that the city had to pay, and then for civil penalties, a half of what you've got down here, which is $23,163.45.
That's a motion?
That,
Okay.
I would move.
Okay, that is a motion. We have a question, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Councilwoman. I just wanted to ask why it costs so much to basically knock down and drag away this house, because it's $22,000 direct expense and done by a contractor out of Washington State. Why did the local people bid on it and come in higher?
Councilman, we have a list of local contractors that are pre-qualified to do this work, and when we get an abatement like this, we send it to them and request bids. $22,446 was the low bid for the work. That work consisted of removal of the foundation, all the under slab plumbing, and completely raising the lot. I can go back and search the record for you, Councilman, and give you the other bids that we received and give you more information.
Well, I'd like that if in fact they exist, and also I just am surprised that a company from so far away could come in and scoop up the business. Was it complicated by the presence of asbestos? Because
we have, in all our abatements on structures, we have to have an asbestos report done, and that's part of these costs, and if asbestos is found, then it has to be removed of and properly disposed of. So these costs are inclusive of all that work.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Councilman Coffin. Mr. Bouse, there's a motion. Please vote. I'm voting for the motion. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We're moving on to...
Mayor, I don't have anything to say, but you didn't open it up for public hearing, and I think you do have to do that.
Okay, you're absolutely correct. Okay, I heard that. Okay, anyone on that? Sorry. Okay, moving on, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located 1304 Euclid Avenue for fees in the amount of $1,725.55 and assess a maximum amount of $19,500 in daily and failed inspection civil penalties for a total of $21,225.55. Property owner, trustee, Clark County Treasurer, care of Richard R. Medrin, and this is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. This is a public hearing, which I declare open as the property owner present. And Mr. Farrell, I do recall saying that on the last one, I just didn't close it. So this one is open because that's the statement. And Mr. Bouse, please.
Mayor, members of the council, the major cross streets to this property are Oakey and Eastern. This property is not in foreclosure. However, we did send copies of all our notices in order to the lender of record, which is JP Morgan Chase Bank. This case was opened on November 30th of 2011 and closed on May 19th of 2012. As a result of non-compliance, the city performed abatement work on the property on May 4th, 2012. The abatement work consisted of removal of high grass, weeds, refuge, and waste from all areas of the property and the securing of all open doors and windows. The out-of-pocket expenses for that work total $1,725.55. The accrued civil daily penalties are $19,500 for a total out-of-pocket expenses and accrued daily civil penalties of $21,225.55. The property is valued by Zillow at $41,900 as of June 18th of this year, and staff respectfully requests the City Council approve the expense report and assess all out-of-pocket expenses and civil penalties as a lien against the property.
Thank you, Mr. Bowes. This is a public hearing, and is there anyone who wishes to be heard on it?
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Councilman Coffin, J.P. Morgan Chase. I mean, there's just nothing more to say on that. You hit them for everything they're got.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? Hearing none. Is there a motion, Councilman Coffin?
Yes, Your Honor, I move that on item 54 that we assess the total hard costs incurred by the city to remedy the situation, $17,725.55, and 100% of the civil penalties of $19,500 for a total $21,225.55.
Thank you, and that was on agenda item number 84?
84.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. We'll move on. Are we anywhere with Councilman Barlow? A few more minutes. Okay, we're moving on to number 85. This also is public hearing for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees totaling $2,080.50 in out-of-pocket costs and $23,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $25,580.50 recorded against the property located at 729 Weatherstone Drive, property owner U.S. Bank Association, ND, and this is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Property owner present or representative thereof?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Bowes.
Mayor, members of the council, the major cross streets to this property are Bonanza and Lamb. This case was opened in March 31st of 2011 and closed on June 14, 2011. As a result of noncompliance, the city was required to complete abatement work on the property, which consisted of removal of all refuge, waste, high grass, and weeds from all areas of the property, removal of a non-permitted accessory structure from the rear yard. Our out-of-pocket expenses totaled $2,080.50, and the accrued daily civil penalties totaled $23,500 for a total of $25,580.50. That amount was assessed as a lien against the property at its September 7th, 2011 City Council meeting. The property value pursuant to Zillow as of June 19th of this year is $75,200, and staff respectfully requests that the City Council deny the request for waiver.
Thank you. And would you like to share your name, who you represent, unless you are in fact the owner as well, please?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Neil Gidvani on behalf of... Working? Oh, you just press it. Oh, thanks. Neil Gidvani on behalf of U.S. Bank, Mayor. Our client has just recently taken possession of this property on January 3rd, 2012. The liens and the abatement procedures occurred on this property when it was previously owned by the previous owner, and they'd taken possession of it as part of a foreclosure sale in January of 3rd. They understand that there were some costs incurred by the city, and the bank is willing to pay and compensate the city for those particular costs. But as far as the liens are concerned, we put forth in front of this committee that those liens were assessed prior to my client taking possession.
Thank you very much. This is public hearing. Anyone wishing to come forward, please state your name, make
Your
your
Honor, I have to
comments.
say something. Neil was speaking so fast and did not have his mouth very close to the microphone, so I missed his last couple of sentences. His appeal is grounded on what? Could I ask you to repeat the appeal you have and why the full amount should not be levied?
Oh, absolutely, Councilman. I apologize. I just wanted to let you know there's a number of liens on this particular property, all which were assessed prior to my client taking possession of this property. We understand that we took it as is, but at the same time, we'd be willing to compensate the city for the costs incurred, but do not believe all of these liens, that the current beneficiary should be responsible for all of the liens or costs incurred.
Councilman Coffin, with your permission, Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman. Sir, what do you mean before you acquired this home? Were you not the mortgage holder of this property when the person was making mortgage payments?
No, initially this property, U.S. Bank was the beneficiary under the deed of trust, but it was actually held by a private individual, and this property went into foreclosure with a trustee sale commencing on January 3rd, 2012.
So the bank picked it up at a trustee sale then, is what you're saying?
The bank foreclosed upon it, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the bank did own the mortgage on this?
They did own the mortgage, that's correct.
That's what I'm trying to ascertain. The bank owned the mortgage on this property?
Yeah, that's correct, yes. They did own the mortgage. They were the beneficiary named in the deed of trust.
Okay. With all due respect, Councilman Coffin, I don't know how lenient you're going to be, but I'm going to be supporting staff and staff's recommendation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Coffin. Excuse me, public hearing. I did
Thank
see
you.
your shirt.
Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Councilman Coffin, I think you ought to consider mercy toward U.S. Bank for two reasons. Number one, they're still out there in community loaning money. That's number one. Number two, they allowed us to use, they're building a new legal service center on Charleston there, right opposite their bank, and they're allowing us to use their parking lot for, for the construction purposes and that. But more than that, it just shows that they're good people in the community. A lot of these banks, we never see them. And here, we got a guy right out here, that's going to take the stones and rocks that we throw at him.
Councilman Coffin?
I'm wondering if he has a loan due. No, I'm just kidding. Your Honor, I'm almost of the opinion of Councilman Ross, except that, and because this bank did take it over as is. I mean, really, you were never a new party. You were always involved in one way or another. So you knew what was going on over here. So I cannot waive, in my own opinion, I will not move to waive all of the civil penalties. But I think we have a customary procedure, assuming that this home is going to get out on the market.
That's actually.
I need to know if it is.
It actually is. It's under contract. The liens are the last thing pending. There's actually a contract for sale on this particular property.
Okay. All right, then, Your Honor, I will move for a partial relief on the civil penalties, but not on the hard costs. So at 90%, I would move that we waive 90% of the daily civil penalties. Sorry, I don't have the math worked out in front of me. Mike, have you got it done? Because essentially, we have to assess the $2,080.50 and 10% of the $25,580.50, so approximately $2,500 of the civil penalty. So whatever that adds up to, it's about $4,600.
Mayor, if I may. The out-of-pocket expenses are $2,080.50. 10% of the field inspections or the civil penalties is $2,350 for a total amount of $4,430.50. And I would respectfully ask the council to consider posing a time limit on the payment of the reduced amount. Past practice has been the council's given anywhere from 30 to 45 days to pay the reduced amount. If it's not paid, it reverts back to the full amount due.
Thank you, Michael. Your Honor, then the motion contains the math, which would be the total fine is $4,430.50 to be paid within 30 days.
Thank you.
All right.
Reverts back to the full amount.
That's right.
I'll be sure to let my client know.
Okay,
And mark
thank
my
you.
calendar and make them responsible.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Okay. Now, first of all, I would like to welcome, I understand in our audience, we have Councilor Mark Grimes from the Toronto City Council. Would you please stand up? Ward 6, Etobicoke, Lakeshore. We welcome you to our city. You're sitting with some very fine people. Are they also from the Toronto area? We welcome you all. We hope you enjoy Las Vegas, and we see you're in good hands with our Director of Economic and Urban Development. Do make an investment with us. We're very strong here. So we look forward to having you, and thank you, Mr. Arndt. Okay, now we do have Councilman Barlow on the phone. Can we hear him? Okay. Councilman Barlow, as I mentioned before, has been at the on his way to the National League of Cities in Nashville, Tennessee. Not going there for a concert. I'm sure he's going to work.
Councilman Barlow, are you on the line?
I am.
There he is.
Hi there. Thank you. I hope you found your baggage. Anyway, we are right now moving back, and if you don't mind, you can have a seat for a few minutes, Mr. Bowes, and we'll come back to the next item because we're out of order here. This is item number 61 on your agenda. And this is an administrative, this is not public hearing, a discussion for possible action regarding a donation from Canico Capital Group, LLC, in an amount not to exceed $1,461,000 to the City of Las Vegas General Fund, which is in reference to a check that is in the possession of our vault and was delivered to us at the last City Council meeting. That check was not allowed to be brought to the council for acceptance or denial because it had not been, the city manager can only accept funds up to $100,000, as we were apprised by our attorney, and therefore it was neither $25,000, which of course this exceeded, and was neither on the agenda. So being not agendized, we had to table it off to this meeting. And so first of all, in my comments before we move forward with this, I certainly, which I think we failed to do in our last meeting, was thank the contributor and the new investor to our city, welcome you to our city as an investor, and your generous gift to the city, or potential gift, be it accepted or denied. We are in great gratitude to you because the needs in our city are huge. We've had a great deal of sacrifice by our city employees. We have children, as you know, much like in your own community or in the surroundings thereof, children who are going without food, that are living in trucks, that are part of the homeless situation. We have people coming back, veterans that are in our community that are part of the homeless, that have come back and maimed in the war. And so your funds, what they be coming to the city, certainly will help us. We've had to close our intake center, and so the dollars are really needed. And to my knowledge, and I would stand corrected by anybody, I think it's the largest cash offering that has ever come to the city. We will always get equipment and furnishings being donated, but such a magnanimous gift. I mean, it's really incredible, and we are most grateful to you. Every ward that we have here, and we have 6 wards, certainly our most needy are our 1, 3, and 5 wards, where there are more needs than ever before, and it doesn't mean that in our other wards of 2, 4, and 6 that there aren't needs there as well. We have a lot of refurbishing that needs to be done, and being in the general fund, whatever dollars come will in fact come back to the council to be allocated. We have seniors that don't get their medicine, have no transportation available, aren't getting food, and so much like any other community, we're in desperate needs of the dollars. So this is indeed a grand offering. And at this point, what I would like to do on this trail item is recognize Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. At this point, I would like to make a motion to accept the $1,461,000, which is currently in a check in the City Hall vault, and have that money deposited into the general fund for the City Council to decide at a later date how it will serve the citizens of Las Vegas.
Your Honor.
Councilman Coffin.
Thank you. I thank you for the recognition, and I seek to amend the motion made by our Mayor Pro Tem. And my amendment will be to accept a donation from Kenneco in an amount equal to $730,500. And now, if I may speak to my motion, the idea of taking less than half, or taking half of what was offered, goes back to a long discussion we had June 6th when we talked about an individual who has received national attention because of the harm he received at a licensed liquor dispensing facility here, a strip club, one that had had an enormous number of complaints that were brought not only to council but to the staff of the city, and yet no action was taken. And so when I heard about this bill coming, and I was asked to sponsor, I said I felt that there had to be something else here. I didn't understand why someone would cause us to go through so many gyrations to bring back, this real estate into the form that it could be then brought into a nightclub, a strip club format. And so I said that I will introduce this bill. I'll put my name on it, but I feel like there ought to be something for the person who suffered the most because of the inattention of the city on the subject. Now, this subject was not in order. I think it was ruled not in order at the time we discussed the bill on June 6th, and so we kept our comments to a limit then. And frankly, I'm going to limit my comments today, too. But now is the appropriate time to talk about what happened that day and how Mr. Henry, a guest from the Midwest, was roughhoused, abused, beaten so badly that his face was completely turned to the side, every feature of his face unrecognizable. His neck was broken, and he was made a quadriplegic. Everybody has received from me, and you did on June 6th, a DVD showing this gentleman as he attempted to talk to people. This was all from a court case. We all know a court case has ensued. We all know that there are decisions against the former owners of that club. In any event, no money is coming in, and nor will it, because this person has managed to make a joke of the legal system of the United States and of this county. So I felt that to try to erase some of the black mark on the city for this incident, because we really had and should have acted long ago. I showed you a list of hundreds of calls for police service at this address in several years prior to 2001, the fateful day in September. And then, of course, the pattern of behavior continued long after this man was injured. The name is Kirk Henry. So you've seen the face if you've seen the DVD. And in front of you, you see a letter from his wife, Amy, his caregiver for the last 11 years, the person who's given up her life trying to raise the 2 young children without any assistance. I think that if you put that face on this motion and you think there is something more here, it is true that we are not legally obligated to give any money to this individual. We are not legally allowed to appropriate money for an individual. We are not legally allowed to tell our government, our council cannot tell our manager, to give money to anyone. So we've been receiving good legal advice on this matter. But there is no legal impediment to this council saying that we can take an amount of money that we feel is less. Because, Your Honor, the people who have, the applicants who are here, have 2 checks with them. Depending on the amount of money that is received officially by this city, the reciprocal of that amount will be given to the individual who was injured. I think a city has an obligation, it really does, to protect its citizens. And a city that lives on tourism has an obligation to try to extend itself to protect tourists. The county just closed up a clip joint over in the valley not long ago and put heavy fines on the people. Yet this city didn't do anything to stop, to retard. I'm sorry that if the council member is missing this discussion, because it sounds like the phone is disconnected, but I'll continue. I feel that we need to protect our image, and sometimes punishment obviously doesn't work, because when this family could not get relief from the local courts, and I think they felt like suing a city would probably be fruitless because we have sovereign immunity, and so there's a very limited amount of money, certainly not enough to take care of this gentleman for 6 months, much less 11 years. Well, then their only recourse was ultimately to the federal courts. What does that say to people about the city of Las Vegas if you can't get any relief from the court system? Somewhere along the line, we've made a big deal here just a few months ago about licensing some individuals who own a hamburger joint on Fremont Street at Las Vegas Boulevard. And because something wasn't quite done right, by golly, we didn't allow them to open up because they sell liquor. Well, this joint sold liquor. It sold plenty of liquor, and it sold it for really high prices. But this city turned a blind eye to what was going on. And I know that if I say that, sometimes it ruffles feathers or it rankles people who might think that somehow or another I am saying that city staff didn't do a good job, or that some people on this council weren't doing a good job. But the public is only left to draw a conclusion, which is that they had somehow some sort of immunity, that these boys, these rough guys over at this strip club had protection. And I feel terrible about it. And this is a national story. My point is now, let's try to help redress some of these problems for this family. An amount of money, receiving less, that we didn't budget for, is like manna from heaven. If an offer had come in for $750,000 from these folks, why, I think we'd have all accepted it and be grateful for it. But by receiving that now, once $1.5 million has been waved in front of you, all of a sudden it seems like you got to have it all, and I don't buy that. The city has a budget. We have wants and we have needs. We budgeted for our needs. We have wants in excess of our needs, and I would love to satisfy them. And I think $730,000 will go a long way to satisfying those needs and wants. So respectfully, Your Honor, and to my colleagues, I rest my case on my wish, that, and I hope that members of the council would vote for my amendment to reduce the receipt of that money to $730,000.
Thank you, Councilman Coffin. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your comments, Councilman Coffin, but respectfully, I do not accept your amendment, and I'll let my motion stand.
Your Honor,
At this
then I
point in
would like to
time,
vote on my amendment.
Yeah, under parliamentary procedure, there needs to be a vote on Councilman Coffin's amendment. And if their vote, just so everybody knows before you push your button, if you vote yes on the amendment, then involuntarily your motion becomes, Councilman Anthony, a motion to accept $730,500. And then there would be a separate vote after that, because now we know what the real motion is. If the amendment fails, there still needs to be a vote on the original motion, which is the $1,461,000.
Point of order.
Question,
Do we have
Councilman?
is this a public hearing, Your Honor? It just occurred to me.
No, this is not, there's no testimony, no public hearing. Thank
Somebody
you.
stepped forward, so that I thought I'd better check.
Oh, I'm
We're not
sorry.
agendaed
Thank
as a
you
public
very
hearing.
much.
Okay.
Not a public hearing. So just to reiterate on this, just so I'm clear, a vote of yay confirms the amended motion to 700 and whatever that number is. So, and a vote against that, then we go back to the original motion made by Councilman Anthony, should that fail.
Right. You're taking two votes no matter what.
Okay.
The first vote is just on the amendment, up or down, and then what remains is a second vote. So let's take the vote on the amendment first. If everybody understands the motion?
Okay.
Okay, the motion
Are
is
you there,
to...
Councilman Barlow, and are you of understanding?
Okay, I just need to know from Brad the up or down, because as I understand it, Brad, we're voting as it relates to the amendment that Councilman Coffin
That's correct.
just posted, correct?
A vote in favor, a yes vote, a yay vote for the amendment changes the motion made by Councilman Anthony to a motion to accept only $730,500, half the amount. So a yes vote is a vote to change the motion to accept only half the amount.
Okay, so
Okay,
yours will have to be an oral vote on this, and I'm going to call for, yes, Councilman Beers?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I apologize for being a little slow. I've never had enough shrewd nature to compile $1 million at one time. We're dealing with someone who has, and I'm concerned and curious what enforcement mechanism we have in place to ensure that the other part of the deal takes place here. As I understand,
Let's have that answered by council,
is
please.
my question clear?
I don't know if Councilman Coughlin, if you want to answer that, or if you
Yes, I
want me
do. The parties who have made those representations to the council actually in June are here. The representatives of Canico and Mr. Jay Brown, and they'd be happy to repeat those representations to the council today if you so wish, Councilman Beers.
Well, no, my recollection of the representations were that if we directed them to do something, they would do it, but that's not what this motion is.
And we cannot order them to do it. Their reputations hinge upon performance.
My recollection of the discussion at the recommending committee was that if they were to withdraw their offer to us and present another offer, directing some money here and some money there, we could accept that offer, and that would be a binding agreement. But as I'm trying to follow the conversation, I'm thinking that this is different.
Can I answer that? And I think council could polish my answer maybe. In the intervening month since our recommending committee, I've become convinced by the city attorney that we should be very careful about commenting that we know that there is money to be directed from the applicant to a person, because we are not allowed to do that. We can't we have regulatory power over these people. They're going to come before us for the next 6 or 8 months to get their permissions to operate. So I feel it would be dangerous to mention that we know, and in fact, that money, if they give us another check today and walk up and say, give us back the other one, here's one for $730,500, we would be in danger, I think, if we then said, now go give $730,000 to the family of Mr. Henry. I think they're prepared to come forward and say they have 2 blank checks today, and they will fill in those checks for whatever amount for us we choose to receive. And then you're just going to have to trust them. And I suppose that you have to trust them a little like Mr. Rizzolo and his gang of thieves were trusted over in the old Crazy Horse. This will happen.
Is that clear? As it can be?
I think it is. I have a hard time trusting a businessman shrewd enough to put $1 million together in one wallet at one time without a contract. So I think as much sympathy as I have with the family that was injured here, I'm not sure I can support the amendment as I am currently understanding it. To me, at the recommending committee, it hinged on them making an offer and us accepting it.
That's a contract.
And that's a contract.
Yes.
And that wouldn't be what this is.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Does that mean then that the applicant here representing the entity has 2 checks and is saying...
He's not.
No, I know he's not.
No, and this isn't a public
I'm talking
hearing.
about the other group.
Mr. Kanoko's
Mr.
attorney.
Kanoko's group, which somebody is saying we should trust, and somebody is saying, well, I don't know about trusting. If they have that there and they've said they would give us a certain amount, then what you're saying is we trust them today to rake out that other check?
No, the issue is that there, and I'm going to defer to our counsel, but the clear issue is that if we accepted a lesser check than the $1,461,000, which we have in the vault, that's what we get. We cannot ask or demand or put in jeopardy our ability to work with Canoco LLC in the future, because it almost smells of we're bribing him to continue on with his work and everything. So what we're really voting on right now is the amendment to take a lesser amount than the $1,146,500. That's all we can do, or is that not correct, counsel?
The amendment is just that. The amendment is to up or down. Do you want to amend Councilman Anthony's motion to take an amount instead of $1,461,000, $730,500, and you've heard the rationale for the amendment.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to call for the question here. No, this isn't a public hearing. We're not open to the public. I'm sorry. There's no testimony. I'm sorry. Okay. There is a motion there is a motion to please vote on the motion.
I would just like...
On the amended motion.
I would just like to add one more thing. Having been on this council over 7 years, I've seen many times where we've trusted the integrity of individuals coming before us for things in the future. Rather, we said they had to or they didn't have to. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. We are voting on the amendment to the motion. Please vote yea or abstain or nay.
Nay.
Okay, there's a motion. It's been voted on. Please post. That motion fails. We will now move to the original motion,
Your
which
Honor,
one?
I'll be happy to
Sorry.
speak in favor of that motion.
Thank
To
you.
support the Mayor Pro Tem's motion. I think at this point, I don't want to beat a dead horse. I didn't do this just to raise an issue of some kind, although maybe we ought to be more aware of what goes on in our properly licensed and supposedly supervised operations in our city limits. For that reason, then, I'm going to go ahead and support the main motion by Councilman Stavros Anthony, because my amendment failed.
Thank you, Councilman Coffin. And now we will vote on the motion as originally presented by Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Anthony. And there is a motion. Please vote.
Yay.
And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And I'm sure I have just been asked by Mayor Pro Tem, he would like to say something, please.
Yeah, I just want to make one comment. There have been several comments up here talking about trusting people and not sure if things were going to get done. From my standpoint, this was not directed towards Mr. Sale and his folks. This was, I hope, just a general discussion, but I just want to make sure your integrity was not attacked up here at the podium. Thank you.
And I would add to that, once again, we are so extremely grateful that you have made this contribution in a very difficult time for our city and for our residents and our community, but more especially that you have faith in the city of Las Vegas to make an investment. And we hope that you will be very successful and that you will make many investments, one of which is to move your residency to Las Vegas. Thank you. And now we will continue on to item, and Councilman Barlow, are you still there?
I am, Mayor.
Have a wonderful, wonderful conference back there, and safe trip to you on your return. Thank you for
Take care.
participating. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay. We are, all right, we are moving on now to item number 86. This is a public hearing for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees totaling $2,933.34 in out-of-pocket expenses, $2,950 in failed inspection civil penalties, and and $20,000 in daily civil penalties for a total of $25,883.34 recorded against the property located 1725 East Carson. Property owner Stonecrest Income and Opportunity. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the property owner present or the representative thereof?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bowes.
Mayor, members of the City Council, the cross streets to this property are Fremont and Bruce Street. This is a waiver request. This case dates back to 2010. At that time, the lender on the property was Nation Star Mortgage Company. There were some standard conditions on the property. The city notified the lender. The lender had a servicing company. The servicing company abated some of the violations on the property, but not all of them. As a result of that, the city was required to open a case in August of 2010 and complete some abatement work as a result of noncompliance. That abatement work consisted of the repair of the perimeter fencing, actually reconstruction and painting of a perimeter fencing around the rear yard of the property. The out-of-pocket expenses for that were $2,933.34. That includes failed inspection civil penalties and failed inspection costs. In addition, as the mayor stated, $20,000 in daily civil penalties were assessed for a total amount of out-of-pocket expenses and failed inspection and civil penalties, $25,883.34. The City Council assessed that as a lien against our property on June 1st of 2011. In terms of the current value of the property, there is no Zillow information that's available. However, we do note that the property sold at public auction on July 6th of 2011 for $137,312. More recently, the taxable value of the property pursuant to the assessor's rolls as of 2011-2012 is $33,194. If you take the taxable value as roughly one-third the market value, that gets you right around the neighborhood of about $100,000, which I think would be representative of the current market value of the property. And as usual, staff respectfully request denial of the request for waiver.
Thank you, Mr. Bowes. And are you the owner or the representative of the owner? Wait 1 second, please. Okay. Whoops.
No, I represent Stonecrest.
And your name, please,
My
for the
name
record.
is Tanya Kubacheva.
Could you spell your last name for the record, please?
K-O, V as in Victor, A, C as in Charles, H, E, V as in Victor, A.
Thank you. And you represent the owner?
Yes, Stonecrest.
Okay, please.
At the time when the lien was assessed at the property, Stonecrest was not the owner, and the property was owned by Nation Star. Stonecrest acquired the property in April, and they are a hedge fund that purchased properties in bulk, so they were not aware of the liens. The property is in a very bad condition, and even though the market value could be $90,000 if it's in a perfect condition, fixed, right now it cannot be sold for more than $20,000. And I currently have two offers. I'm the realtor on the property, so I have two offers that both buyers are planning to pay. One is $18,000 and the other one is $20,000. So considering the lien, the Stonecrest is not able to sell the property because the lien is
Excuse me, what was the first offer?
$18,000
One
and
eight.
20. Yes,
Okay.
and $20,000.
Thank you.
That's why they're requesting a waiver of the civil penalties, and they are willing to move forward and pay the cost that city acquired to put the property in the condition.
Okay, thank you. We have a question. Councilman Ross, please.
You represent the Stonecrest Income and Opportunity. Is that who you represent?
Yes.
Mr. Bowes, you say the lending institution that had this before the Stonecrest acquired it actually tried to hire a servicing company to abate the property?
Nation Star Mortgage was the lender at the time of the abatement action. They had a servicing company that they contracted with called Field Asset Services. And we were in contact with Field Asset Services, and they completed some of the abatement work, but not all of it.
At least they tried.
Yes, sir.
At least they tried. Okay. Young lady,
I guess I need to ask you this. So you represent a firm that buys properties in bulk. Does no one do title searches on any of these properties to see if there's liens associated with them?
No, I guess they don't.
Apparently
they just
they don't, and
quit claim deed.
I'll be supporting staff's recommendation for denial of your request. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. It is a public hearing. Anybody who wishes to come forward now, commentary or comments? Anyone else from council? Questions, comments? If not,
Your
Councilman
Honor,
Coffin.
thank you, Your Honor. I wanted to just ask one more thing, Mike, or maybe I should ask Tanya. When did you say Stonecrest bought these?
In April this year.
Okay.
So they're trying to take care of the property immediately, and but they're not able to pay the lien because the property is not even worth it as much as the lien
And the liens
is.
are not filed or recorded at that time. Is that correct, Mike?
No, sir. The code enforcement lien was recorded June 9th, 2011.
And the administrative fines?
That was, everything at that time was inclusive.
Your clients knew then that had this enormous penalty on it. Now, I know this neighborhood. I used to live right around the corner from those houses. Granted, they've run down some in that Mayfair area, but they're coming back. They're worth more than the 18 to 20,000. Do you think that you...
Well, the property is stripped inside, doesn't have AC, it's completely damaged. So no one is going to pay more than 20,000. I advertised the property and we didn't get any higher offers.
Okay, well, I'll go part
But
way
the
with-
people that are interested in purchasing, they bought several properties downtown and they already brought them in a good condition and they're renting the properties. So I know that they are going to take care of it.
Well,
And I also requested Stonecrest to remove the current weeds that are at the property and secure again the property until it's in escrow.
Well, what we have is your statement here in our documents from the city that say you got offers on the property from seasoned investors that currently own 12 other homes.
Yes, in downtown.
And so the point is, though, that one of our problems in this town is because of investors, probably from out of town, who bought a bunch of homes, then do not like the condition things are, so they walk away and leave them rot. And while I feel exactly like Councilman Ross, I want to get this house off the inventory. So therefore, I'm going to move, Your Honor, that we assess the full hard costs, $2,933.34, and waive 90% of the civil penalties, which again, that would add approximately $2,583, something like that, 2,500. Help me out, Mike.
If I may, Your Honor, the 10% of the civil penalties is $2,295 for a total reduced amount of $5,228.34. And I would respectfully ask the council, if it's inclined to grant that request, to put two conditions on it. Number one, that the reduced amount be paid within 30 days of the council action, or the amount reversed back to the full amount. The second condition I'd ask you to impose is I drove by the property this morning, and the owner's representative is correct. It's currently in violation. It has high weeds. My understanding is a broken window on the back door, so the property is accessible. So I'd ask the council to impose a condition, an additional condition, that the property be brought into compliance with our code within 10 days of council's action.
Very good.
And that was 10 days for the fixing of the property in compliance? 10
Yes, ma'am.
days, not
Yes,
30. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. 10 days for the fixing of the property.
Thanks, Your Honor. Then to restate the motion, essentially to approve with the assessment of penalties totaling $5,228.34, with compliance on the payment of that money to be made within 30 days, and with full code compliance within 10 days from the date of this vote, should it pass.
I understand, yes.
10 days.
I'll advise my client, and I'll make sure I send people to the property immediately so they can fix it within 10 days.
All right, because they're getting a good deal if they're getting this out on the market fast.
Yes.
We do want it up. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, no, we can't. And now we will move on. Thank you, Mr. Bowes, as well. And now, nobody can leave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're moving on to agenda item 87 through 90. Okay, well, you may quickly go get a Coke. Items 87 through 90 on consent agenda considered to be routine and are recommended for approval by the Department of Planning. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 87 through 90?
So moved, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Please vote on the motion. It's not up. The little box isn't there for me. Then run, get your drink. Once you vote, get the drink. Okay, there's been a motion made. There it is. Please vote. All right, go get your Coke. Okay, no, I got water, thank you. Please post. And motion carries. Thank you very much. We will move on to one motion, one vote. Items, now let me just see, do we have anything that's been pulled out of here? You'll get to that. Items 91 through 104 may be considered, I know of item 102 that we need to trail.
Actually, I just need to make a correction on item number 102.
Oh, right now, very good. Let's do that. Mr. Flynn Fag.
Item 102 is a required review for an off-premise sign. The address and the parcel number are identified correctly. However, the ward is incorrect. It's actually in Ward 3. Because we do have the correct address and parcel number, we can go ahead and hear this item today, but I just needed to make that correction on the record.
Thank you very much. It's so noted, Clerk. We have that now? Great. Thank you very much. So let me go back. Items number 91 to 104 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Item 91, RQR 45112, required review. Applicant, Lamar Central Outdoor, owner Paramount Investments Company, for possible action on a required review of an approved special use permit U0019-96 for an existing 40-foot tall, 12-foot by 24-foot off-premise sign at 3227 Meade Avenue. This is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian's. Item number 92, RQR 45118, required review. Applicant, CBS Outdoor, owner 305 Las Vegas, LLC, for possible action on a required review of an approved special use permit U008-96 for an existing 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 330 East Charleston Boulevard. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin's ward. Number 93, RQR 45123, required review. Applicant, Clear Channel Outdoor, owner Decatur Car Care Associates, for possible action on a required review of an approved special use permit U0003-91 for an existing 50-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 1901 South Decatur Boulevard. This is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Number 94, RQR 45132, required review. Applicant, CBS Outdoor, owner Stansbury Construction, Inc., for possible action or required review of an approved special use permit U-0026-96 for an existing 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 20-foot off-premise sign at 3052 South Valley View Boulevard, also in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian's. Number 95, RQR 4300, required review. Applicant, Robert S. Black Sr., owner of Shimonis LLC and BAM Holdings LLC, for possible action on a required 3-year review of an approved special use permit U007495 for an existing 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 7200 West Lake Mead Boulevard, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Number 96, RQR 45338, required review. Applicant, Clear Channel Outdoor, owner B2 LLC, for possible action or request for review Required review of an approved variance V0046-89, which allowed an existing 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 3810 West Sahara Avenue, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Number 97 RQR 45339, required review, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor, Inc., owner Richard T. Crawford, for possible action on a request for required review of an approved special use permit U0028-96 for an existing 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 251 North Nellis Boulevard. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Number 98 RQR 45340, required review, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor, owner My Sister's Company, LLC, for possible action on a request for a required review of an approved variance, V0025-88, which allowed an existing 80-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 2130 Highland Avenue. This is Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Number 99 RQR 45359, required review, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor, owner HG LLC, for possible action on a request for required review of an approved special use permit U0040-96 for an existing 50-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-site premise, 3641 West Sahara, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Number 100 RQR 45393, required review, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor, LLC, owner Boys Club of Clark County, Inc., for possible action on a request for required review of an approved special use permit U0041-95 for an existing 55-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 2800 Marlin Avenue, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Number 101 RQR 45395, required review, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor, LLC, owner Rancho Drive, LLC, for possible action on a request for a required of an approved special use permit U0037-95 for an existing 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise site at 4950 Rancho Drive. This is in Ward 6, Councilman Ross. Number 102 RQR 45611, required review, applicant Las Vegas Billboard, LLC, owner Richard E. Wilkie Revocable Trust, for possible action on a request for required review of a previously approved special use permit SUP 4690 for an existing 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 2001 Western Avenue. This is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Number 103 VAC 45231, vacation, applicant Ovation Development, owner Lone Mountain Seniors LLC, for possible action on a petition to vacate a portion of the southeast corner of Rainbow Boulevard and Lone Mountain Road, Ward 6, Councilman Ross. Number 104 ROC 45368, review of condition, applicant owner James L. Martinez, for possible action on a request for a review of condition of an approved rezoning plot plan review Z-001287 to delete condition number 5 that required the construction of an 8-foot high block wall with 6-foot wide landscape planter with mature trees 20 feet on the center along the western property line at 1901 South Rainbow Boulevard. That's in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian's. 91 through 102 and 104 are recommended for approval by staff and Planning Commission, and staff recommended approval of item 103. All these items are public hearings, which I now declare open. Anyone wishing to brave this and come to the podium, please come forward and pick your number. Are you ready? No, you won't go there. Okay. Okay. All right. Hearing none, I will close the public hearings. And Councilman Anthony, do you have a motion to approve items number 191 through 104?
I do. I'll make a motion to approve items number 91 through 104.
Thank you very much. There's a motion, and please vote. And please post. Thank you very much. Those items carry, and now we are moving on to item 105. This is SUP 43987. It's an abeyance item, special use permit. It is a public hearing. Applicant Seema Mizrahi, owner King George LLC, for possible action on appeal filed by from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a special use permit for a proposed secondhand dealer at 1200 East Charleston Boulevard and 1125 South Maryland Parkway. These are in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. The Planning Commission recommends denial. The staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or a representative present?
Yes, that's me.
And your name, please.
Jay.
Thank you. And please proceed.
Okay. I just wanted to say, after the Planning Commission's denial, I took the community's concerns to heart, and I am invested in the community. And rather than opening the store there, I did go forth and open one on Main Street, in which we rehabbed the building and made it more visually appealing. I think I demonstrated my ability to do that. I know that they were concerned because of what's currently in the building, and I am separate from the current furniture store. Mine is quite different. So I'm just requesting that you reconsider their denial and possibly allow the special use permit.
Thank you. We have a question, Councilman Ross?
Yes. Young lady, you were here earlier this morning to discuss this theater and the visual improvement stuff and all that. I'm just curious. Your family owns several buildings in the downtown area?
We have this one and the one on Main Street, and then in Henderson as well. Yeah, my father's been here since the 70s, so he...
Well, I was just telling Councilman Beers that I'm just impressed when our young entrepreneurs, or even our old entrepreneurs or business owners, come to us and you know, say, hey, we're trying to do X, Y, Z, and you know, we're part of this community. I mean, regardless of what your item is for today, but I just want to say that about you. You're young, and you're you know, not intimidated by us by one bit, and you're trying to do what's right for your family and live the American dream and be that business person out there. And I just think that's really kind of cool. So
thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Nice comment. Public hearing.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I, too, appreciate the young entrepreneurs coming up. But she has some other relatives in her family that made great promises on this building for the last 18 years that I remember. The place is an absolute eyesore. The city has got, what, $2 million into that roof that we did, and we're about ready to lose it all. If they can hold out for another couple of years, we lose the historical preservation or whatever keeps them from tearing the place down. And that's basically what I think that they're trying to do, is to let it go to hell so they can tear it down. We lose our $2 million. It's going to be an eyesore forever. It has been like this for years. I mean, when is this family going to live up to what they promised us? Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilman Coffin.
Well, I think, Your Honor, sometimes blame is fixed wrong. I think that the reputation of the building isn't necessarily the fault of Seema and her family, as many things have happened over the past 20, 25 years. Previous owners let the state down, too, because it invested some money. So what we have is an item before us that I held, actually we denied, based upon, well, we held it for almost 6 months, I think, based upon neighborhood protests and suggestions that this family abandon the business and put something else in there. Do something other than what they know how to do, which is sell furniture. And I felt that they needed a chance, but they also needed to have a lesson in being good neighbors. And this was not a scolding of Seema and her family, but we did have a couple of private discussions about what their duty was, not any more than any other citizen's duty, but rather the fact is, just as we reproach individuals who own homes that don't look very good, we also reproach business people whose businesses don't look very good. And so they have the good fortune to be located at one of our prime gateways into one of the oldest and nicest neighborhoods in town, and one that's gentrifying every day, property values increasing. So that's the good side. The bad side for them is that they also are under constant scrutiny by these very people who really want the very best for their neighborhood. And they do want the very best for SEMA. They don't want her to fail, but they also want her to do all kinds of businesses that they think would work in that area. Coffee houses, revive a theater, all kinds of things that don't have business plans. And so I was kind of caught in the middle on this because I have to listen to people that do make suggestions. But gradually, SEMA and her husband, Steve Torgerson, I don't know where he is now, they've begun to win over the neighbors because they have gone far and beyond. Because what you saw this morning with RDA and with the earlier vote today in our council meeting is they're going way beyond, because they did not have to apply for VIP. They did not have to improve the theater. That was not an obligation attaching to their request for this little building on the corner. Having grown up here, I can tell you the building is new. Actually, that was a bank building, a savings and loan building back in the day, and built after the theater, with a post office behind it. So there's 4 pieces of property. But Your Honor, what we've seen today, and I don't know if there are any neighbors here to protest or support. I haven't received any officially. I think what you've seen now is a gradual, a business owner willing to take a risk, spend some money, develop something they can't make any money out of, and that's the theater, not only to help win approval for their proposal on the corner piece, but also to win goodwill. And I think that this effort on their part is going to remedy an awful lot of the problems, the bad reputation that has been created in previous times. I really believe that. I put a lot of faith in you, SEMA, and your father Aaron and your brother Eli to go forward and do all these things. You're going to win them all over. And I know that they'll eventually say, Bob, you were right to believe her. But right now, a lot of them don't think I'm right. But I know you're going to make them eat their words. So I think you're good at this, and I think that this is going to drive business to you. And I think these neighbors are going to come and shop and find that they've got a good deal from you. We do have some conditions in mind for your secondhand sales, though, in this location. We know you know furniture very well. We obviously want to make sure that you don't start putting furniture out in front. We're not on Main Street now. You've already beautified Main Street with what you've done with your new place. So our planning staff has some additional suggestions that will help mollify some of the neighbors' concerns. Guns, used cars. A lot of people have thought by giving them secondhand licenses, well, that means anything goes. But it doesn't. In any event, we're going to put in the record the kinds of things that can't be sold in order to make sure that this is exactly what you say it'll be. If we could ask staff to do that.
Certainly. By definition, second-hand dealer is allowed to sell guns, and as there is a concern, I would propose a condition as follows. The sale of guns shall be prohibited in conjunction with this special use permit. I would also add on the record that as part of the minimum standards for a second-hand dealer, the sale of, sorry, I'm looking at the code here as I'm reading this, sale of used cars is not permitted, and outdoor display sales or storage of any merchandise is not permitted either. So again, just for the record, and then that additional condition relative to guns.
Thank you. When I make the motion, that will be part of it. What I wanted to just add, Your Honor, is that what you saw a rendering of a possible, how it's going to look. Well, we already showed it previously.
Early this morning in the RDA.
True, we did. Flynn, do you have a copy of this? This elevation? Yeah, could you? Because that's what the mayor wants. I think that the color may or may not be appropriate. I have no idea what color has been chosen. I think, SEMA, you're trying to choose a color that would come back to the history,
Right.
honor the history of the theater.
Right, and that
Something-
one, in this drawing, it is a little bit darker
That's
than
right.
what we were thinking.
Yeah, it's a lighter tan, if I recall.
Yeah.
And that'll reflect the heat better for you, too. Also, on the signage, although you're allowed to put up to 25% of the exterior in signage, you know, one of the things that's hurt you with the neighbors has been the block letters, almost stenciled appearance letters on the side of the building, and advertising everything, including the name of the store. And you have said to me, and I want you to reaffirm, that those will not be the kinds of signage. We're not going to try to prohibit putting signs. We can't. But on the other hand, the signs, describe to me how you see your lettering to be on the building.
Ideally, in the future, when we can, well, first of all, the Huntridge sign will remain, and we would like to get it working with the neons and lit up.
Can't hear you very well.
First of all, the Huntridge sign will remain on the tower, and we'd like to get it lit up. On the corner itself, ideally, in the future, I would like to do some sort of foam lettering or the light-up lettering. If we would ever paint anything on there, I would submit it to design review if that would be an option for painted letters. I don't use that on my current building. It's not something that I personally like, so just cost-wise, if we would have to do it, I would want to make sure that it looks good and, you know, is not, that the neighbors don't hate it.
And you know what, Seema, you might get some help from the neighbors. We have a lot of creative, artistic people in that neighborhood who maybe could help you put that together and maybe not even charge you a dime for it. So let's all get together on this thing then. Your Honor, thank you very much for extending the time on this matter. It's very important. Our Maryland Parkway from Fremont Street and frankly north of Fremont all the way out now to the city limits is improving, and its appearance is good for us, makes us look good. These new people moving downtown to work are buying homes in this part of town because they can afford them. It's a wonderful place to start not only a home but a family. So I'm now going to move for approval of item 105 with the conditions as stated by Mr. Fagg, and also the assurances from the owner, Seema Mizrahi, that there will be tasteful signage on the sides of the building and something we'll all be proud of.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote.
I suppose it's a public hearing, probably, I don't know if
Oh, I
anybody
forgot
was going to
again.
ask.
Public hearing.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think that'll all come, because they're not required to, you know.
We're on to item number 106, SDR 44908, and abeyance item, site development plan review, public hearing, applicant The Boyer Group, owner City Parkway 5, Inc., for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 38-bed, 33,515 square foot convalescent care facility, nursing home, and waiver to allow a zero landscape buffer along a portion of the east perimeter where 8 feet is required on a 2.7-acre portion of an 8.49-acre lot adjacent to the east side of Tenaya Way, approximately 370 feet north of Peak Drive. This is in Ward 1. Councilwoman Tarkanian has some councilmen. Yes. Councilman, this is the Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. It is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant present or representative?
Present. I'm with the Boyer Company, Nate Swain, 90 South 400 West, Salt Lake City.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you.
And this is a public hearing.
Yes, Todd Farland, 240 North 19th Street. As you can see from the renderings, this is really nice. And at the Planning Commission, I asked them how much they were putting into this project, and it is a lot of money. I'd like to see this done. Thank you.
Thank you. And another, please identify yourself.
Andrew Levy, 1925 Village Center Circle, Unit 150. I am president of the Owners Association for the Las Vegas Technology Center, where this parcel sits. We are very much in favor of this type of development coming into the Las Vegas Technology Center. We've been working Once it came to our attention, we started working closely with the applicant, and as far as I understand and everything that's been worked out, the landscape variance is no longer needed. There's a redesign of the building, and we will wait to see the rest of the plans when they come before us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mr. Farlow, hopefully we can get you a room there, maybe. Just a thought. Councilwoman asked that I handle her items, Mayor, and she too is in full approval of this, subject to all conditions. That's a motion.
And, okay, there's a motion? Not yet. City Clerk, there's nothing coming up on that motion. There is a motion. There it is. Please vote, and please post. Grand motion carries. We welcome you.
Thank you,
Once again,
council
thank
members.
you very much. And now we will move on to item number 107 has been withdrawn, correct?
107 to 110.
But we withdrew 107.
108 and 109 and 110.
Oh, 108, 109, and 110 have all been withdrawn. So we will move on to item 111. Okay, this is agenda item 111, Zone 44705, rezoning public hearing, applicant Dr. Horton, Inc., owner RMB Real Estate LLC, for possible action on a request for rezoning from R-E Residence Estates to R1 Single Family Residential on 11.7 acres at the northeast corner of Rainbow and El Campo Grande. This is in Ward 6, Councilman Ross's ward. The staff recommends denial, and the Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Applicant present or representative?
Good afternoon. Bob Gronauer, 8345 West Sunset Road. I'm here representing D.R. Horton in this matter. This piece of property is an infill piece of property. It has a long storied history with respect to from the zoning realm of applications. About 6 years ago, this property was approved with significant opposition for 36 units. Since then, the application itself that was originally approved in 2006 has expired. D.R. Horton has this property under contract today. We have had numerous meetings with the neighbors in the surrounding neighborhoods, and I'm happy to at least report to you that I believe today we have majority of the neighbors on board with respect to what we're proposing. We will be coming after the approval of this application with a tentative map, and some of the conditions that we'll be discussing with the neighbors through the public hearing process when we come through with our tentative map is where we've agreed to do 33 lots on the property itself, which is far less than what was already previously approved back in 2006. And we have some minimum square footage requirements. These are going to be single-story homes, and there's a long laundry list of items that I can't put on as a condition today. The long story short is we'll be back working with the neighbors within the next couple of weeks, submit our application for the tentative map. D.R. Horton is excited in here to put some nice big homes in this area on an infill piece of property. So with that being said, we'd ask you to approve the application for R1 zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Gronauer. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to make comments here? Hearing none. Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Fagg, for the benefit of the public and the council's benefit also, please tell us why staff recommended denial on this.
Staff had originally recommended denial of this because of the proposed R1 zoning being inconsistent with the properties immediately to the north and south and east of this particular parcel. However, there is one factor that still governs, and that is the land use designation is still R, rural density, which limits the density on the site to no more than 3.59 units per acre. So with that in place, I think there is some assurance that the product that you will see will be typically a larger lot product rather than what one would normally associate with R1 zoning.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Fagg. That's what I wanted the public to know. I will also recognize the 4 protests that I did receive and the 4 supports that I did receive. And Mr. Gronauer is right in regards to he's been meeting with the neighbors for quite some time, as requested by my office to do so, Mr. Gronauer. So thank you very much, and you're not done, actually. You just put on the record that you'll still be working with the neighbors before the tentative map comes in.
Absolutely.
That is going to be a condition of this approval today, is that he does have that neighborhood meeting again, at least one. You can have more.
I've already talked to Michelle. We're ready to go in
You're
about
dialed
another
then,
3
huh?
weeks, yes.
Okay.
We're ready to go again.
All right.
I don't know if the neighbors want to see us, but we're going to be seeing them, yes.
Well, and I have to say this, Mayor and council members, it's good to see homes being built again. And it's good to see the home builders that survived are coming back, and they're picking up parcels at fire sales, and they're wanting to put their new products on it and products that sell. This is a great area, and it's very important to me, as well as my constituents who live in this area, to protect the rural nature of this neighborhood to the best of our ability. You've got R1 in other corners. You've got a great park right there. It's a great area of the city of Las Vegas, and we want to preserve that sort of stuff. I commend you and thank you for working with my constituents and the neighbors in that area to make this work, and you're not done. So with that, Mayor and council members, I would move to approve agenda item 111, subject to all conditions, and the additional condition that Mr. Gronauer at least have one more neighborhood meeting before the submittal of the tentative map. That's my motion.
Agreed.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Council,
Good
thank
luck.
you, and have a good day.
You too. Thank you very much. And now we move on to item 112, and that's SUP 45076, special use permit, public hearing, applicant Rockstar Tattoo, Inc., owner FAEC Holdings, Warula LLC, for possible action or request for a special use permit for a proposed tattoo parlor body piercing studio at 450 Fremont Street, Suite 109, and that is in Ward 5. Councilman Barlows. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Are they getting in line for tattoos and piercings? Oh. This is a public hearing, and I declare it, I don't see any tattoos or piercings. I declare it open. Is the applicant present? Please state your names.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. Jim DiFiore with DiFiore Consulting at 8550 West Charleston Boulevard. And with me is the business operator, Parviz Shikan. And we just want to put on record that we agree with staff's conditions in the special use permit. He proposes to have a 1,030 square foot business down in Indianapolis with 3 workstations, open 24 hours, conditioned with the rest of the Indianapolis area. And he's been a successful tattoo establishment operator here. His family has been for years in the city and also in the county.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Anthony, I understand you are representing. Wait, we have a question. Yes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The question I have is, what floor of the Neonopolis building is this going to be on?
It's on the ground level floor where the previous occupant was the Dairy Queen downstairs.
Okay. The Ward 3 is right across the street. I'm not happy with the number of tattoo parlors that are proliferating around, and we've slowed them down in Ward 3. So I hope that the appearance of this tattoo parlor will be good, and perhaps not have some sort of a name that is awfully suggestive about some sort of acts. And I don't know how to describe that, Jim. I think you just kind of get the idea that I hope it just says something like Rockstar Tattoo.
Right.
Okay. That would be fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We have Councilman Ross.
Yeah, I just have a question. Mr. DiFiore, this is the unit. You see the unit on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And so this is like the major walkway right there at the Neonopolis. And I think, number one, I want to say that it's good to see businesses moving back into the Neonopolis, I think, number one. But number two, and maybe you can answer this question, well, it's kind of open there for the public to kind of see the tattoo artists to do their thing. Is that the intention here? So that, if you're walking by,
they can see.
I mean,
Yes, they can see them.
So you can, the windows will be,
They can see
you'll
them.
see them getting
Yes, sir.
tortured and that
Yes.
sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
I know it's against your religion. All right, Councilman Anthony representing Councilman Barlow.
Move for approval.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. Thank you very much. Good luck. Motion carries.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. And now on to item number 113, SUP 45203, Special Use Permit Public Hearing. Applicant Julie Yarda, owner Dr. LLC, for possible action or request for a special use permit for a proposed animal hospital, clinic, or shelter with no outside pens within an existing building at 601 Charleston Boulevard. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. It's a public hearing which I declare open, and if the applicant's present, please state your name.
Is this on? Yeah. I'm Dr. Julia Larde.
I'm Dennis Maservi, one of the managing owners of Dr. LLC.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, public hearing. Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, thank you. Dr. Julie's business has been good, and you're only a block away currently, so you're just going to move. So this is not upsetting anybody. Well, there's been one protest, but I think it was more along the lines they're just kind of unhappy with something else, but it seemed like a good thing to do is protest on a postcard to somebody. So I'll have to talk to Mrs. Howard about that. We need a DVM in downtown. I don't think you're as well known as you should be down there, because a lot of visitors need those for their pets when they're traveling through town, and the residents do. One question, and I think that I've said this before on other animal hospitals and or places that may shelter pets, that you need to make sure that the odors do not proliferate beyond the boundaries of your property. And by that I mean it's one thing to have all indoor pens, which is the humane thing to do anyway, but also to make sure that any waste materials of any kind be kept either inside or under very strict controlled conditions so that the waste doesn't put an odor out there.
Most definitely.
Okay, you agree to that? Okay. Any other conditions Flem should be on?
Councilman, I might just add that those are the standard minimum conditions, and so those are included in your staff report, and with the motion they would be included.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I move for approval on item 113.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post.
Darn, it's a public hearing again. I forgot.
I did ask, but nobody moved. And please post.
Call me about my cats, will you please?
Wow, we got it through. Congratulations. I heard that.
Good to see you, Dennis.
Thank you very much. Good luck to you. And item number 114 has been held in abeyance for August 1st. Is that correct? Okay. Item 115, ROC 45492, review of condition special use permit public hearing. Applicant, Town Center Grocer 102, owner, Simon Family Trust, for possible action on a request for a review of condition of an approved special use permit U0037-98 to delete condition number 1 that states the sale of individual cans and quart size or similar size bottles of beer shall be prohibited. And that's at 1571 North Buffalo Drive. This is in Councilman Anthony's Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the owner or the president? Yes.
I'm the business owner, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and your name, please?
Chris Carlin.
Okay.
Yes.
Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Okay, hearing none, I will close the public hearing. Is there a motion, Councilman Anthony?
Chris, I want to ask
a question from Councilman Coffin.
Well, Chris, why should we remove the prohibition on singles?
Currently, every competitor that I have in the convenience store business is selling singles within the area. My larger competitors are 7-Eleven, Rebel Convenience Stores, Terrible Herbs, Green Valley Grocery. they're all able to sell singles. I was unaware of that this even existed when I bought the business 4 years ago. It was in bankruptcy. And when I applied for my liquor license at that time, there were no restrictions that I was aware of. And it hit me with like a ton of bricks that I was unable to sell singles when a planning commission, when a City of Las Vegas enforcement division came out and told me that that this existed. I was completely unaware of it, and it's hurt my business quite a bit in the fact that I'm unable to sell, single beers. That's the largest category as far as alcohol goes right now, with the economy being what it is. People that normally used to buy an 18-pack of beer now are wanting a single beer, and I'm unable to sell them. So it's hurt quite a bit.
You still have obligations to be very careful who you sell to.
Absolutely.
Especially with these singles.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially with that single beer and the person walks right up into their car.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So I will go ahead and support your move. And of course, the fact is there is competition. They are being allowed to do that. But that doesn't mean that everybody can continue to do that forever. We'll have to keep an eye on any police action, police reports in the area. But Chris, I now move to approve your item 115 as it is. It says 116 on our agenda, but up here it says 115.
I have 115 in Councilman Anthony's ward, but it's all right. You're having a good time.
What?
Are you on 115?
I thought we were on 115.
We are.
116, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
How do you like my
But
questions?
that was good grilling.
Did you like my questions?
Good.
Okay. Okay,
Well, forgive me,
Councilman,
Your Honor,
you'll
for-
withdraw that little almost
Forgive me, Your
motion
Honor, for delaying
to
the meeting.
Councilman Anthony.
How do you like the questions?
Those are good questions. I'll make a
Okay.
motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
There's a motion, please vote. He's moved that quickly. And please post. Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we're really in a fast move here. We're on to ROC 45681, review of condition, public hearing, applicant Lombardo McGarvey, owner Time Plaza Inc., for possible action on a request the review of condition of an approved special use permit U000402 to delete condition number 4, which prohibited the sale of individual-sized containers of beer, wine coolers, or screw cap wine at 1432 Northeastern. This is in your ward, Councilman Coffin, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. It is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present? See, you just wanted to talk to someone. I knew that.
Mayor,
I was kinda lonely.
when you're ready, I'd like to make the motion on this one.
Would you, please? You'll let me
Okay,
know.
with no one coming forward on this, Mr. Marshall, Mr. Councilman Coffin, this is
Your Honor, I'm still going to follow the recommendation of staff on this. I think there's no harm to be done here. The same situation does exist at that intersection, very close to the North Las Vegas boundary. So I will move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. I think everyone. Okay, motion carries. We move on to item 117, EOT 45370, non-conforming public hearing, applicant Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., owner Decatur Meadows Shopping Center, LLC, for possible action on a request for extension of time for a non-conforming tavern at 310 South Decatur Boulevard. This is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian's, and the staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present? Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing. And is there a motion for Councilwoman Tarkanian?
Yes, Mayor. On behalf of Councilwoman Tarkanian, she would make a motion to approve this item and follow staff's recommendations.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councilman Ross. There is a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Item number 118 has been stricken. And so, item 119. I would instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings in dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you very much. So done. And now we go on to citizen participation. This is item number 120. A citizen participation public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? And I have cards from several. So since you're up first, you go first.
Okay, thank you. I'll move quick. I've got 4 items. In the last issue, this involves item number 79, which is it's one of the new bills that's going to come up. In the current issue of the American Prospect magazine, they have an article of which I made copies for you, and it deals with Los Angeles problem with the street vendors and that, and basically the city and the police are damned if they do and damned if they don't on these things, and it is a real mess. So I would hope that you would read this article that they have and know what could be coming up, because they tried to accommodate the people, and man, there's lawsuits flying, and it's all thing. Now, I didn't make a copy for the clerk's office because I was one short, and they wouldn't make me a copy, so they're going to have to forage for their own. Second thing, on item number 61, Councilman Coffin, thank you for advocating for the victim on that. The third thing, on the hearings to recover the cost, I appreciate you, the council, putting time limits for the payments and compliance for that. I mean, that is going to really speed things up. The last thing, I was reading in the Las Vegas 7, and it was an article on Michael Green wrote on Ralph Denton died on July 6th at 86. I don't know if the council knew that man, but he was a real prize for the city, and always happy, always good, and just a great person, and we're going to miss him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Farlow. All right, next up, and please remember to state your name.
Hi. You want the address too?
Just your name is fine. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michelle Delia, and I am here to ask for the City Council's help as it relates to the substantial rate increase imposed by the Clark County Library District to utilize their 5 performing arts centers. I also spoke at the July 3rd County Commission meeting, where the Commission was very receptive to this issue and directed staff to bring back an agenda item to discuss the rate increase. Excuse me. In April 2011, the library increased rates for nonprofit and community special interest groups for theater rental from $10 an hour to $170 per hour, and technician labor from $12 to $40 per hour. This is a combined rental fee of 7 times the old pricing. Many community groups cannot afford the increased rental rates, and the library's patrons cannot afford to pay the increased admission ticket prices. The affordability of these theaters is important for the cultural development of our community. To put the price increase in perspective, Broadway Bound is a youth organization who produces full-scale children's musicals twice a year, with ticket prices ranging from $10 to $12. Their last production, The Wizard of Oz, cost $3,700 under the previous rates. Under the new rates, the 8-show run would cost $27,000. More than ticket revenue with 100% of tickets sold, leaving no funding for licensing fees, sets, or costumes. We believe the decision to increase the rates to the magnitude they were increased was not driven entirely by economics. It was driven by the belief that the performing arts are not considered a relevant library service by the current administration. It is clearly a fundamental disagreement on the mission of our Clark County libraries, which have coexisted with performing arts centers for almost 20 years. The City Council appoints 5 of the 10 library Board of Trustees. Please get involved and start a dialogue with the board members. And please consider the consequence to performing arts and nonprofit organizations of such a huge, all-at-once, instantaneous price increase. Everyone understands budget cuts, but this decision wasn't a cut. It was an elimination of affordable performing arts in our community. Thank you.
Beautifully stated, and I'm sure we're all in agreement. We thought this was really just inexplainable, inexplicable. Councilman Ross.
Are all of you here to talk on that same subject? Because we want to hear all of you, certainly. But I want to tell you this, and I'd actually like one of you, are you all with Broadway Bound?
Yes.
All of you? You're not. Signature Productions? No? Okay, well, Las Vegas Ballet? Okay. And Mayor, council members, I'm helping in some aspect here. I've got Carl Larson meeting with some of the board members as soon as possible, that some of the board members that the city of Las Vegas has appointed. I would ask perhaps a representative from Broadway Bound and then the ballet group to maybe meet with them at the same time. So I will have one of my staff members come downstairs, get some phone numbers and contact information, because I'm fully aware of this. I can tell you this, I certainly am going to do everything I can to change that philosophy, if you will, at the library district, because it is the Las Vegas Clark County Library District.
Yes.
We get that makeup, and I think, Mayor and council members, this is a city of entertainment. I mean, for goodness sakes. Yes, literacy is extremely important. We're not demeaning that or diminishing that, but I remember going to plays in my youth at the libraries and participating in these wonderful groups that do this sort of thing. So I'm interested to hear what the rest of you have to say, but certainly I'll get one of my staff members down here to get some contact information. Is that okay? Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I think what we're going to like to do, I'm going to read you the cards, and if you would, just raise your hand if that's your name. But I think we have all been hearing this and hearing from constituents, and also very much in favor of all the performing and all the arts, that we as a city council and as mayor will invite the library board to get into a dialogue sooner than later with us, and we'll send that memo out tomorrow to get this on. We will definitely go ahead, but I'm going to read these cards, or I'm going to let Mayor Pro Tem read them, and because I want to watch. So if you're here, if you'll raise your name, and these are the remaining ones, and we do have Michelle Delius. Okay.
And obviously, if, when you raise your hand, if you want to speak, you can, but since we're going to have an agenda item in the future, you're welcome to come back for that item also. Heaven Akmal. All right. Heaven's there. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Heaven Akmal. I'm 13 years old, and I am also here to ask the City Council's help to getting the rental rates lowered at the library theaters. I am in 8th grade at Victoria Fertitta Middle School. My school does not have a theater program, so I attend theater classes outside of school. I have been cast in 2 youth productions at the library theater. Wizard of Oz was my last show. I performed to sold-out audience for all 8 shows. I assure you that the audiences were not just made up of family members. The shows were sold out because of an overwhelming community interest that includes families and seniors. My group has not rebooked any future shows with the library because they say it's too expensive. At the May and June library board meetings, there were 15 people per meeting who made public comment. I have spoken at 3 of the board meetings and told the board how important the performing arts have been in my life. Please read the meeting minutes to hear the different perspectives as to why the rates are too high, why there is nowhere else to go, and how important the performing arts is to the community and to me. The following organizations spoke at the meetings: Austin Dance Academy, Clark County's Children Choir, Las Vegas Highland Dance Association, Las Vegas Ballet Company, Broadway Bound, Las Vegas Belly Dance Intensive, Signature Productions, James C. Strand Helping Hands, and the Rudy Rudiger Foundation. There were also public comment from community members and other kids like me who attended or participate in the performing arts. Please help in getting the rates lowered so I can perform again on the library stage. Thank you.
We are with you. Okay, next.
McKenna Meeks.
Hi, McKenna.
Hi. Hi, my name is McKenna Meeks, and I am 12 years old. I have been in Broadway Bound for 5 years, and all 5 years I have performed in a library theater. Since the library raised their prices, my group can no longer perform there. This is very sad to me because the library theater was the first stage that I performed on, and I practically grew up performing on that stage, and performing somewhere else doesn't feel right. I have performed there so much that I know my way around it as I do my own house. I have performed in the following shows: Seussical, Annie, Rugrats, Millie, Into the Woods, and The Wizard of Oz. All of those shows were filled not only by relatives, but by friends and families in our community. In conclusion, when you grow up in a certain place, it's hard to call anywhere else home because there's no place like home. Thank you.
You speak beautifully, and I will tell you that with many of the middle schools having closed out their performing arts department, this has been a critical issue for at least the past 10 years, and it's gotten to a point that it really does need to change. Thank you, Councilman Anthony.
Lauren Cooper.
Hi, my name is Lauren Cooper, and I am 10 years old. I have been in the performing arts, which are Seussical, Annie, Rugrats, Millie, and The Wizard of Oz, that Broadway Bound put together. I am here to ask for the library to lower the prices. I want the library to lower their prices because a library theater is not only where I rent my books, but where I love to perform as well. In conclusion, please lower the library theater prices. Thank you.
All right. Alex Grieg.
Now, your high school has to be.
Yes.
Or you are flunking every single year that you're still in middle school. Go ahead, please, Alex.
My name is Alex Gregg. I am 17 years old, and I will be a senior this fall at Advanced Technologies Academy. Besides being a student, I am an actor with Broadway Bound and a volunteer stagehand for Signature Productions. My interest in theater started when I was very young, and my parents started taking me to see shows I was around 6 years old at the time. Back then we had to travel to LA to see national touring companies of the top Broadway productions. I am excited that Las Vegas now has the Smith Center, so I can see the same amazing productions that I used to have to travel hours to see. And I've already seen some amazing performances at the Smith Center, and I look forward to being a patron for a long time. I've also seen some outstanding local theater productions, many produced in local library theaters. In fact, it was seeing Signature Productions' Into the Woods that made me realize that theater is what I want to do, and I want to pursue it in college because I love it. When I was making my choice for high school, I was fortunate to be accepted at ATEC, though it was a difficult decision for me because ATEC is the leading high school in Las Vegas for academics. But besides orchestra, there are no performing arts programs or classes at ATEC, and I love theater. I love it. Ultimately, I made the right choice, as my zone school recently discontinued their theater program anyway, and I'm getting the best academic education possible at ATEC. Luckily, I've been able to find opportunities to learn and develop as an actor and performer outside of school. I am currently a member of the Broadway Bound program, but I have been a participant in youth theater programs in Las Vegas for 9 years. All of my involvement in theater has been outside of school, and I've been fortunate to be able to perform on stages in the theaters of several Clark County libraries. The library theaters are really the only venues available for youth theater programs, and without affordable access to them, there are no places for the young actors to perform. It would be like having a baseball team without a baseball diamond to play the game on. In closing, I just want to share a recent experience with you that really drove home what kind of impact youth theater really has. A family friend brought his family to see our recent production of The Wizard of Oz. And it was the first time his children had ever seen a full-length production in a theater. And afterwards, his youngest daughter nodded her head when my mom asked her if she thought she might want to be in a play someday. A few days later, my mom found out that the little girl had she was very young and very shy. She tried out for her school play, and she actually got a speaking role. She has become more outgoing and confident as a result of her experience, and all because of her family could come see our show in the library. While I know what theater has done for me, I now know just what it can do for others, and it can change their life, and I am so lucky to be a part of it. Thank you.
Well done. Well done.
Were you just acting? I'm just kidding.
No, straight from the heart.
Okay.
Marcy Reedy.
Definitely high school.
My name is Marcy Reedy. I'm also here to comment on the library theater rates. I've spent the last 5 months researching, letter writing, and making public comment at the library board meetings, but so far it has only been a one-sided conversation. So I'm here to ask for your support on this issue as our community leaders. I'm a 40-year resident of Las Vegas and a former vice president of finance for several Caesars Entertainment properties. I've reviewed the district's analysis used as the basis for the new rates and found it to be significantly flawed. In short, the district's analysis is oversimplified and does not accurately allocate expenses between library-sponsored events and rental groups. As one example, the rental groups were billed 4,500 hours for technician labor because that is all they actually used. Yet the district's analysis allocated to the rental groups the equivalent of 12,200 hours of technician payroll. So 4,500 hours in revenue, but 12,200 hours of expense. That is a difference of $300,000 built into the new rates. I sent a letter to the board providing documentation supporting my claims. It's been 3 months and there's been no response. In addition, I recently submitted a public records request asking for, among other items, revenue and hours utilization of the public spaces, because I believe that I can prove that the spaces are largely underutilized as a result of the rate increase. My first request was denied, stating that what I was requesting was not a public record. So last week, asking for the same information, I reworded, and resent a new request. The district has been very responsive this time. The problem, however, is that the public space contracts I requested must be copied rather than inspected because the district says they contain confidential information that needs to be redacted. The cost to obtain these documents is about $5,000. The library district clearly has all the control without accountability to the public who funded these facilities. I'd like to submit to you 5,450 petition signatures in this binder proposing a rate of $50 per hour for theater rental and $25 per hour for technical staff. These proposed rates combined are about 3 times the old rates, which are still a substantial increase for the performing arts organizations, but clearly a compromise. Just allocating technician payroll accurately and implementing these proposed rates would allow the district to recover 90% to 100% of their cost, so I don't understand why the district hasn't been willing to relook at their analysis. These library theaters are where our children and young adults are introduced to the performing arts and become lifelong supporters as an audience member, a volunteer, a financial supporter, and a performer. This is a place where the cultural growth of our community begins. Please don't accept the district's simple answer of budget cuts as substantiation for the magnitude of the increase. There's more to it than is on the surface. Their figures are wrong, and at a minimum, the district should be accountable for that. And I would welcome the opportunity to speak with any of you on this issue and to meet with the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcy. I guarantee you we will pull this together. I think the key that we need to find out is what their paperwork shows, what they have, pull everybody together and having a meeting. So you see behind you, seated there with some pink growth on her shoulder, the office, I can't see what it is, but this is Laura Kalkman from my office, and she will get your contact phone numbers and names. We then will be notifying everybody on council. We will get a hold of the people that are on the board as well as the head of the theater portion of the district and try to move this forward and do it next week. We will get on this right away and keep you informed so you can inform the young people if you would, but the adults or whoever your pyramid person is, that will then disseminate information. but we certainly are in total agreement, or I should say I am. I can't speak for other people. I've learned that long ago. So there is, we have one more card before we go to the council.
Just a comment real quick, Mayor.
Melanie Walker?
Mayor, can I address Marcy real quick?
Well, I had a question, too.
Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine, but we're into the theater at this point, so please, Melanie, do your thing, and then, is that all right? Councilman, you may go ahead and talk while she's walking.
I just want to address Marcy real quick. I have read all of that information you just read to us. Carl Larson provided me with all of that information, your position in the community, your profession, and all those numbers, so I want you to know that. It has not fallen on deaf ears. So we're working on that and working in that direction, as the mayor's indicated.
Yeah, well, Your Honor?
Yes.
I really wanted to ask a question of the previous speaker about the $5,000 bill for records request to fulfill it. And I just got to ask if you have a copy of the statement.
Yes, it's in the binder.
Well, do you have a printed copy that I can see? I mean,
Oh, of my statement, yes. There's a phone number on here, but you're welcome to have it.
Wasn't a refusal, but in essence, it is a refusal.
Yeah, in the binder, yeah, the hard copy is in there. There's a tab that's called Records Request, and within that tab is the email document or correspondence between myself and the library district where they've quoted those numbers. What I asked for was 3 years' worth of contracts, because in order to understand the underutilization, you need to understand what the utilization has been. So my goal was to look at the contracts, create a document where I could look at hours utilization for both the spaces and the technicians. But because they've cited there's confidentiality in terms of the individual person that has signed the contract, that's a natural person's name, or there's the publicity contact and phone number, there's a ticketing contact and phone number, that type of natural person information within those contracts, they're saying that they have to, I have a hard time with that word, redact that personal information, therefore I can't inspect, they need to be copied.
Okay, when you leave today, walk by the gentleman back there in the back of the room with the shirt and the tie.
Yes.
He's a reporter for the Review-Journal, and ask him show him what you requested.
Okay.
And ask him if he thinks the Review-Journal would have been charged $5,000 to comply with that same request that you asked.
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Okay, and I think I've been reminded, because obviously we all care very much about this, that we are well off the page on public comment, which was a total of 3 minutes for each person on a different subject. So at this point, I'm sorry. We will have indicated to you how we will proceed with this. Thank you, young people and our future actors and actresses on Broadway or wherever you're going to be in the world. Thank you for coming and participating, and you will hear from us. So, yes, Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Mayor. Mrs. Reedy is one of my constituents in Ward 2, so I've been working with her on this a little bit, and I've been kind of shocked at the lack of responsiveness these information requests I've received from the library district. And you know, as far as an economic decision, they've gone from 100% utilization of the space at $30 an hour to 0% utilization at $180 an hour, which is not very smart economics. I do want to let you know, Madam Mayor, and Betsy as well, that the executive director of the library district is scheduled to be in my office Tuesday afternoon at 2:30. If you'd like to come down and join us, love to have your company and whatever support we can bring from the city manager's office as well to attempt to get them to be a little more forward with why they did what they did, and more importantly, what the results of it have been, and whether that lack of result or unexpected result, I guess, should warrant a change in policy on the district's part.
Thank you, Councilman. I know there are always two sides to the story, so we would just want to make sure that we are totally understanding everything, and I will put that, if you will, ask your staff Tuesday at what time?
Tuesday at 2:30.
Tuesday at 2:30, please, Ms. Galkman. And thank you. Thank you very much for coming to our attention. And so at this point, we will move on. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda?
Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman. Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident since 1999. I'm here to address a serious concern because I've addressed it to law enforcement, narcotics division. I called Nellis, the Inspector General's office. I just spoke with the Senator's office this afternoon, and I went over to the Mexican Consulate office before coming here. And when I was addressing them using me to set up a sophisticated drug dealing operation at my expense, putting my life on the line, I've had 2 family members shot to death, a nephew and a youngest brother who was ex-military police in my hometown, over the drug industry. And I try to put a curtail on them to stop them from using me to sponsor such activity. And I've mentioned in the commissioners meeting, I don't mind help sponsoring people into jobs in college, but this insanity must stop. They must quit putting people's lives on the line. They're getting these people hooked on some type of drug. And Miss Gwendolyn Mabry, I used to live with her. She in the old building, she was doing a Bible reading marathon when I first met her at the old city hall when your husband was in office, when I first come to this knowledge of this thing. And I have been asking them and begging them, discontinue using my distress signal to sponsor these drug dealers. They threaten my life. They want to sell drugs. It's tax-free money, and then they want to run over people and hurt people to sell their illegal drugs. And I need them to discontinue using me to sponsor this type of activity in this area, because I've complained to law enforcement, and I won't say they maybe not making some efforts, but it's taking them a long time. If they're afraid of them, my military trained me with them 16A1 automatic, semi-automatic. They can't outshoot the police. I'm here to help whatever I have to do to get these drug dealers under control, selling their narcotics. And the ones that's hooked on the drug, fiending off me, I need them to check into a West Care facility and get some help. They can't afford it. They can't use me to pay for the drug. The drug dealers eat good off me, believe me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will now move on to the council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Any member who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have had some nice events in Ward 3 for this summer. I know some people worry about what is available in the city, and we have a pretty good schedule of events. Not as much as we used to have in the city when we had more money, but we're doing pretty well with the less tax money that we have. In any event, Ward 3 has had 2 movies in the last few weeks that I think you would have enjoyed. We had the movie Hugo, June 18th, I think, June 29th, I think, over at Gary Reese Freedom Park. And a lot of people showed up for it, even though it was hot. And the movie Hugo attracted a lot of people, especially young kids. Then, last Friday, the Ward 3 Council office hosted The Wizard of Oz at the Huntridge Park. And I've heard some lines from The Wizard of Oz quoted today from the kids talking about the library district. And it was a great night, and we got lucky because the weather was very bad and it hindered the crowd. It looked like it was going to rain cats and dogs just before, and it had rained during the day, and it didn't. And so 100 people showed up, and it could have been several hundred if it hadn't been for the threat of rain. So we're trying to do things in Ward 3. I know all of you do in your council districts, but it's just a little different in Ward 3. Bringing life back to Ward 3, an old part of town, isn't easy. And getting people out and getting them away from the television sets is a challenge. But we're doing it. With the help of our neighborhood services people, we've got a wonderful staff over there. I have to say that Christy Garness dressed up like Dorothy, including the basket without Toto. And that lady really does a bang-up job for all of us. We have an event coming up this weekend at Gary Reese Freedom Park. Thank you, Flynn, for putting that up on the projector, because I want people to know that they can come out to the park and have a good time swimming, and please bring sunscreen. We weren't able to afford to get sunscreen for everybody, but we'll do our best if we can by Saturday noon. Come on out, have a good time. There'll be some cool drinks, and we might have some popcorn and other things. We'll have a food vendor there. I think the focus in our ward right now is about kids, and it's not just summertime, it's all year long. So I'm disheartened when I hear about the libraries becoming more and more inaccessible. And I know from my own personal experience how difficult it is for the libraries to meet their budgets, because they, like our city budget, depend on property taxes to a great degree. And those property taxes have really, really gone down. So they haven't made cuts in their budgets perhaps as much as they should have, and now they're trying to make the money back with charges to services provided. Well, what happens, as Councilman Beers talked about, you don't get any money if that happens. So again, thank you for putting that up on the on the projector, Flynn. We don't need to leave it up there any longer. Thanks, folks. Come on down and have a good time this Saturday.
Thank you, Councilman. Down to the end, Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've got a couple of events coming up in Ward 2. First of all, for the grown-ups at Angel Park, which is our city golf course, Tuesday nights are party night at Angel Park, and next Tuesday will be the Decades performing hits of the past, live band, half-price drinks, and for duffers like me, you can practice on the driving range or the three-hole or the three-par course that evening. We're going to be having a Ward 2 movie night on August 9th. That is going to be after our next council meeting, so people can just get warmed up for it now. It'll be very close to Buffalo and Summerlin Parkway. We'll be showing the Muppet movie and having a back-to-school fair for all the kids at the park that's adjacent to Johnson Middle School. Touro University is having free seminars each Wednesday for the next month on balance for older citizens who may have lost some of theirs in the aging process. They'll be teaching people to modify the things that they do and change their life a little bit to reduce their risk of a fall. And also, since no one has mentioned it directly yet, we do need to be specific about the hats off to our building planning and safety department. They're going to 7-day inspections, which is a wonderful benefit for homeowners who work Monday through Friday and need to have a water heater inspected or some kind of a home improvement inspected. Standard contact information, our office or the planning, building and safety department for details on that or to schedule such an inspection. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're next up.
Thank you, Councilman.
How's your balance?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor.
How's your
my
balance? Are you going over to Councilman Beers' testing?
I was thinking about that, Councilman Beers. I'm not very balanced.
Did I mention it's free?
Well, and I'm glad you brought that up because Councilman Coppins noticed there on the screen at the bottom in red it was free, and I think that's significant. Everything we do as a council in all of our wards, respectively, we try to provide great opportunities for our residents to get them out of the house, talk about these great events, and I'm going to plug the city's website briefly, LasVegasNevada.gov. All of these great events that any council member or the mayor is putting on is on the website, and you can just follow the links to that because we're doing a lot of great things. I, too, Mayor, in Ward 6 at the Centennial Hills Amphitheater on Friday, July 20th, that's this Friday night, 7:30 p.m., or whenever it gets dark, we will start the movie Dolphin Tale. And it is being sponsored by a great community partner. Smoothie King is helping sponsor this event because it does cost the city a few dollars to do this. So we've got great community partners out there all throughout the city that have stepped up to the plate and said, hey, I want to sponsor that event. Again, it is Friday night, July 20th, 7:30. It will all be out there. And we've got this tradition going on now where the kids like to tell knock-knock jokes up on stage before the movie starts, so that's always entertaining. Now, for a more serious note, and our continued efforts to be partners with the Nevada Child Seekers, we do have a missing juvenile. Her name is Dana Eklund. She is 13 years old. She's 5'6", 135 pounds. She has brown eyes and black hair. She's got a medium complexion. Dana was last seen in the area of Wigwam and Maryland Parkway. It is unknown what she was wearing at the time, but she may be carrying a large white trash bag with her personal belongings. She likes to hang out in local parks, swap meets, and malls, and if any of you in this community have any information leading to this young lady or her whereabouts, please contact Nevada Child Seekers at 458-7009, or, of course, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at 828-3111. Thank you, Mayor and council members.
Thank you. Councilman, are there free smoothies that night that you're having that movie that's being underwritten by Smoothies?
Absolutely. There'll actually be a couple of, they'll have the smoothies out there, and every now and then we'll get a food truck out there. We're going to have our back-to-school event also the first week in August, but I'll announce that at the next council meeting. But, yeah, Smoothie King will be out there with smoothies that you can buy. That you can buy. And I'd encourage everyone to bring their blankets or your lawn chairs and bring some pizza or some fried chicken and come on and have a great time.
And your tent will be out there?
It's free. My tent will be out there?
Yes.
My tent?
Yes. Have a good time. All right, Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to tell you about two events on behalf of Councilwoman Tarkanian that are occurring in Ward 1. National Night Out will be celebrated with Metro on August 7th at 6 p.m. At Rex Bell Elementary School. Backpacks and school supplies will be distributed as long as the supply lasts. Games and other activities and safety instructions will occur. Also, a back-to-school fair will be held on August 23rd at Rotary Park adjacent to Hyde Park Middle School. In addition to backpacks and fun activities, a movie will be shown in the park.
Thank you. And for yourself?
I have nothing.
My goodness. Quiet in Ward 4. And from my perspective, first of all, I want to thank everybody who attended the Coffee with the Mayor, along with Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian in Ward 1 at the Egg and I last Monday. It was very, very successful, and everybody had a wonderful time, believe it or not. And thank you. Always try to come with the coffees with the councilmen and their wards, because it's a wonderful opportunity for you to talk about the issues that you have concerns about, and gives us a wonderful time to be able to really share with you information that may affect your thoughts and what you're doing. Also, I would like to invite everyone, I don't know how we'll all fit in here, but since it's so warm outside, we are healthy walking with the mayor. And certainly our employees are invited and encouraged to come every Monday at noon unless we're on a holiday. So it gets you in better shape and your heart doing the right things and everything else doing. And we just go round and round and round. And we're open from 12 to 1. And then our next City Council meeting will be held on Wednesday, August 1st, here in City Council, beginning at 9 a.m. And thank you all for attending today and participating in this. And with that, we stand adjourned. Thank you all, and thank you, staff. And Betsy, wherever you are, thank you for getting us back under the collar. Gosh.